guys gonna make the ruffle. So if you want, you just can pick a gift. That is fine. So under, here. Okay. So black, red, who want to choose? Black. See which side? Sides. Side. Okay. So go ahead, and you have. No. So you choose. Yeah, sorry. So you're choosing side. Exactly. So 2 minutes.
Welcome, welcome. We are at the 2024 NCTTA College Table Tennis Championships. I'm Willie Leparulo. I'm here with
Logan Zimmerman.
And so we've got an interesting men's championship singles match here. So I've got Andrew Wong from UCLA and University of Michigan's Yilin Deng. Logan, you're always the master of strategy here. It looks like, and I could be wrong, that Yilin Deng from University of Michigan has got long pips, and he's hitting with them.
I mean, it did sound like it even right there, and that's typically a pips shot that the player would play down the line for kind of getting him out of position.
Yeah, and so the interesting thing in terms of their ratings, both 2,300s, Yilin Deng probably about 30 points higher than Andrew Wong, but Yilin Deng is not your typical, long pips. I'm going to stand in one position and just block everything down. He's a 2,300 for a reason, and watch the forehands, watch the pips play in different angles. Let's see what we have here. There was an interesting serve there, so I think maybe Andrew, and this is the interesting thing, when you play long pips, you've got to think twice as hard because you're dealing with the reverse spin, correct?
Yeah, the pips is one of those deceptive type rubbers. So what the goal here is, everything that your opponent's doing, you're kind of sending back their shot to them, but you can also manipulate the amount that you're giving back to them. And a lot of the time we spend hours training. When I see a certain type of stroke, like a forehand, I'm expecting topspin. But if the pips is doing that same topspin style stroke and gets the ball over, it's like your brain freezes. It's like, hold on, I saw a topspin stroke, but the ball, I blocked it. It went into the net. I don't understand what happened. And it's because the pips is just a deceptive tactic. So let's see how he can utilize those pips in this match.
It's just a very strange thing to me. Most of the long pips players I see are either going to be chopping off the table or just blocking close to the table. And Dung, you know, he hits with it, which is a little strange, I would say, on that.
Yeah, it's not typical, or you don't find a lot of players that play that style.
Right.
And sometimes that's an advantage, right? If I play in a way that no one can really practice, it gives me a bit of an edge. They have to figure it out on the fly. You notice the block how it went into the net there? That's what I was talking about. He steps around for the backhand, makes a typical topspin looking stroke, but there's nothing on it. One beautiful counterplay.
So Andrew Wong is a native of San Diego, where you are also a native of. And it's not uncommon to see a lot of the California born and raised players to not necessarily go to the same city where they live in, but go to other kinds of schools. And so I imagine Andrew Wong trained probably in San Diego. What are the different training centers that you have there, since you're from San Diego, those out there?
Yeah, so the Balboa Club is one of the places that has a ton of members, big following, and they also have a good amount of coaches that will coach there. And then there's more of a traditional like performance center, the after school learning tree, that was founded by Stella Bankston and Angie Bankston, and they have a more high performance style team training. So it's kind of hand selected. The kids come in and they train with their friends, and a lot of them have talent, and they're creating a lot of high level players at that academy. So one's a little more leisure, but has good players coaching and helping out, you know, the other players that want to improve. Right. And the other one's more like, hey, we want kids to make the national team. We want kids to play for the college teams and have success. And it's a little more, you know, structured.
Well, so, Andrew Wong is a 23-16 player. Obviously, he went to one of those areas, and we don't know which club he's out of, but it's just to show that, you know, how strong San Diego is in terms of table tennis in California. You know, everyone thinks of the big cities in California, L.A., San Francisco.
Yeah.
San Diego's big.
But it's not as known, or it's not the first thing that comes out of people's mouth initially because of like WTT in San Francisco. But nice counterplay there. Yeah. But at Stellan's Club, they make a lot of good players. And there's even, I forgot, down in Chula Vista, Barney Reed had a club down there also. Right. There's a little South California closer to the border.
Yep.
So you have these pockets of like players with history, players that have, you know, been a part of the sport, you know, very veteran, knowledgeable, that have these pockets in San Diego. And San Diego Open's one of the biggest tournaments on the West Coast. And they get, you know, 2,700 level players.
It's an open block there by Yilin and Andrew Wong. I guess my point in all of this is that Andrew Wong, it's not his first time playing this kind of style. Training in San Diego and coming here to UCLA, he's probably faced this kind of style, so this is why I would imagine these matches are going to be, very close. That was very ballsy.
That's where we have to have the soundboard with the ding dong, like
the
doorbell.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's home.
Nobody's home.
And the interesting thing there too is he's noticing that Andrew's stepping around maybe a hair early. Yeah. So he sees like he's maybe even put him into that rhythm where Dang is serving into that backhand side, and when Andrew gets comfortable, he's watching the whole time that he's serving there, going the second that I see him turn around and step around the forehand, it gives me that option to go down the line. So it's very strategical thinking, and it worked out at 9-9, being able to give him an advantage, win the game. So I think in that game it was very close. Not sure if either player is going to change the tactics up too much. They might just try and go for consistency. We have Mr. Justin entering the booth to take over for Willie Leporullo. Justin, how you doing today?
Oh, doing quite well.
All right, all right. So right now we have UCLA versus Michigan. And these two players are both very, very close in rating. And you can see in that first game, it was 2-point decider. I mean, that's literally as close as it gets. Even if it goes to deuce, you have to win by 2. And we're gearing up. An amazing point there. Nice little chop that you wouldn't expect from the attacker, but sometimes changing the rhythm can help throw off the pace enough that confuses your opponent.
All over the table. Dominates people and completely neutralizes defensive play because they have so much trouble reading that no spin ball.
Oh yeah, that no spin ball is not fun when you're training to react and you're expecting spin. It's a great strategy to throw off your opponents. Make the game so fast they can't think, they just react and their training takes over, and that training with not practicing against short pips puts balls in the net.
Exactly. I will say this is a really tough early matchup for both these players. At 2,300 plus rating, it's pretty crazy to see them battling it out in the round of 64. Elin having a very deep run at the singles at national champs last year. I think round of 16. I'm not as familiar with this UCLA player though. I don't remember seeing him on the co-ed team, but that's not saying much because their co-ed team is so strong.
I mean, he seems to be a very athletic player, good footwork. That step around forehand, I don't even think he was late there. I mean, it just barely caught the top of the net, a couple millimeters higher, and that's a winner. But right there, not everybody has enough speed to get to the forehand that's that wide. Step around shots are one of the more athletic footwork that you need in table tennis. And right now, Andrew Wong is just showing that he is super quick.
The tables have really turned this game too here. I wasn't able to see the 1-0 start to this match, but looking like it's going to end up splitting.
Yes, this is definitely more one-sided than the first match. It was super close. But Deng showing that he still has a couple tricks up his sleeve. He's got a few points to play with here as well. If he can win 3 points for every 1 point that Andrew gets, he can kind of claw back into this.
Really unlucky there. Adding insult to injury for Elin. You will see Elin utilizing the pip side for his serve on the backhand side. You don't see that from most players, but he does it pretty effectively.
And there you have it. Andrew squares the series up by taking, I'm
Almost.
sorry, I got ahead of myself there.
If Andrew wants to take this game, he has to make one of the 5 next points. And he's able to convert.
And this
leaving us
time,
at 1-1.
Andrew has tied up the series. It's a best of 5, so being 1-1, both players, first one to win 2 more games. Whether it goes to game 4 or game 5 is yet to be seen, but right now it's on Deng to try and figure out what happened, what was the difference between the first 2 games. Now you know Deng, you've seen him in your region. What are you thinking maybe the tactics he might try to go to turn this around, maybe more to the pips and living on that, punching off the bounce type game? Or
I would actually say no. So Deng is very good at putting away the ball with the pips. He's not the best mover, though. So, and he actually has a really big forehand. So the difference here is that what I'm seeing is Wong is playing really high quality balls to Deng's backhand so that he can't attack and put things away from that wing. And while Wong has the quick feet to step around and engage his forehand in that left corner, Yilin, with his slightly slower footwork, is stuck, just sort of not able to be the aggressor with high quality. Yilin having a little chat with the umpire here. But so, if I were Yilin right now, I'd be looking to create a little more space, maybe shift over and force Andrew to play him a couple more forehand balls, because I think he can really attack well from that wing. And Wong's quality to the pip side, it doesn't seem to be phasing him as much as it does with many players. Yilin is not the type of pips player that will twiddle, so he does play solely
backhand.
Exactly. Pips are always on the backhand side.
So a little backhand to backhand exchange going in favor of Yilin.
Andrew being asked to move his water ball outside of the court. We keep the sanctity of our playing area and these lovely red Durafloor floorings, which Logan here, my buddy, helps install.
And my knees and back are killing me afterwards. I thought he was making him get rid of the water bottle because it had some secret tactics on the label or something.
That might be it.
Nice opening backhand. On the pips, it's just so sometimes unnerving. It looks like you take a big, strong, fast stroke. So the smooth player's covering the ball, expecting it to shoot upwards, and it just doesn't. It has nothing. That's by design. He knows how to do a no-spin ball and a spinny ball. And we're going to be looking to see him use that kind of short pips deception to his advantage.
I'm not sure. It seems very intentional that Andrew has iced out Yilin's forehand. I'm not sure if he's familiar with Yilin's game. But it's working wonders because the opportunities that Yilin has had to open up on that forehand side, he just seems tight and unready.
Well, and the interesting part, too, is he must be comfortable with short pips, maybe having a training partner that has played with the short pips, because he doesn't seem to be worried about it. And a lot of the time, if you're going against pips of any type, if you don't have a lot of reps in training, you almost are like, you know what? He might have a good forehand, but it's normal, so let's go ahead and play there.
So that's why when my girlfriend got into table tennis, I made her a pips player.
There you go.
Built-in training against my nemesis.
So Andrew going to the forehand side twice and splitting that one 50-50.
The round of 64 here in the men's singles this morning. We do have the women's singles going on today as well. Just over 30, maybe 35 competition tables. So all of these tables are
Oh, wonderful display
Wow,
of defense
that
there,
was awesome.
but Yilin all over it.
Yep, no chance to get back in.
Yeah, crisp, powerful shots, but not overplaying any of them, not getting frustrated, just realizing he has the initiative and keeping Andrew back.
As I was saying before, so all 35-ish of those tables are being used for the competition right now. Sometimes if you're watching from home, you're only able to see those top 4 courts, which we have on the YouTube stream. But this is a massive event with 250 plus players, the best of Collegiate from all around the country. Some of the best from the country, period, with some of our professional players from the MLTT and national players participating here this weekend. Of course, we here at NCTTA try to remain impartial, but I will let off a little chole for my regional player here, Great Lakes Regional Director, loud and proud.
All right, so I guess I know we're not supposed to be biased, but to even this out, I am from San Diego, so I got to go for the SoCal.
Oh,
Looks
okay.
like we're going to be at odds here on the microphone.
Okay, okay. You might find your microphone accidentally getting muted or something.
That's really funny.
Yeah, that was clearly me, not you. Elin, an aerospace engineer, looking to get into some graduate programs, I believe, in that field.
Nice backhand punch down the line from Andrew Wong.
Yeah, still really no chance for Elin to execute with that forehand.
Wow. That was just wonderful touch on that serve receive.
And the one factor might be certain players might do better against pips when they are exclusively playing against them. So versus redirecting a lot, playing between the inverted rubber and the pips, Andrew's opting to just play all to that pip so that he can get calibrated and aligned on what he's returning.
Well, and also with it being short pips, there is a little quality from Yilin. Yilin can actually produce spin. If you're playing like a medium or a long, it's all confusing. But Yilin can produce shots that are similar to what Andrew trains with. And so it's natural enough that you can get a feel for it and get a rhythm on the backhand and maybe not feel as threatened as if it was a smooth player ripping on that side. But also I've been noticing this kind of cat and mouse between both of them. Andrew likes to step around, and Yilin is very patient, and whenever he notices Andrew step around early, he redirects with the backhand. But we just saw Andrew do the same thing to Yilin on the forehand side.
Wow. Again, Elin getting iced by a couple let plays. Obviously unintentional by Andrew, but worked out in his favor. Or maybe he iced himself as well there with a missed serve.
And those are tough. Like, there's a lot of high stakes here at this level. If you're playing somebody that's equal skill level, you got to minimize the mistakes as much as possible, but they do happen. So sometimes when mistakes happen, you kind of take a risk, which could double down on that mistake and compound it, or if it pays off, your net even, and you know, you can get it off your mind.
I do find for me, my highest risk serve is that reverse pendulum. It's not a natural motion for me. Oh, and a very unlucky net court for Elin Dung there. A very lucky net court for Andrew Wong.
Very deceptive serve there. Elin expecting underspin, so he opening the racket up, but Andrew gave him a no spin ball. Man, and Elin just really utilizing that wide shot with the pips like so well. But you have to do it with like great timing, very selective, because if he starts going to the well, Andrew's going to expect it, and he's fast enough to get there.
He's going to kill that down the line, absolutely. Will say maybe one of my favorite shots I've seen executed in a variety of ways by a variety of players this tournament. A lot of inside-out backhands, players shifting over to the right as Elin did for that pip, with Elin obviously with his pips backhand, shifting over to the right and then playing over to the left with the backhand side.
Well, doing that, you know, making Andrew Wong a little uncomfortable, and then Andrew Wong miscues and makes a mistake. He's already down 2-1. If he loses this game, his tournament aspirations are over. So taking a timeout here to collect himself, maybe. In this case, he's been playing actually so well. He's probably just trying to calm down, let the nerves like wear away, and catch a little breather, come back regrouped. He just needs to play his game at this point.
So one disadvantage of being on such a strong team in a round like this for Andrew Wong is he doesn't have any of his team members here to coach or support him. They're likely out competing in this event themselves on other courts. Andrew, a freshman at UCLA, so we expect to see a lot more of him. That might be the reason we didn't see him as much on the UCLA team.
Great step around. Heavy spin on that one, causing the ball to get away from Elin a little bit. Spin overtaking.
Elin trained in China during his youth at the same.
Oh my goodness. Sorry to interrupt you there, buddy. That was a great forehand.
Elin trained during his youth at the same facility under the same leadership as Kai Zhang, one of our previous men's singles champions.
Yeah, Kai has a great game, so if they trained at the same place, then you know it was quality information they were learning there.
Absolutely. Kai was very excited to see him. He recognized his name from growing up in that institution. Another big inside-out forehand from Andrew Wong.
So Andrew here is kind of leaning on his quickness, his speed, really committing to those shots, and so far he's two amazing forehands.
Right when he needs it. Close to the finish line for Elin here.
And just like that, the timeout has paid dividends, and we're back to 9-9.
With two serves off of Andrew Wong's.
Andrew's put himself in a good, advantageous position. And he gets to the forehand. Oh man, that redirected forehand. It's been burning him all game, but this is what I was saying. If you do it too much or go to the well, like he was expecting it that time and got there. The ball almost coming into the commentator stands here.
can see out of our peripherals over there, court 1, we've got a women's singles match coming on, MIT versus Texas Wesleyan, I believe. That is Sophie Wu. She's a chopper. Tune in there.
Interesting serve, pays off. A little bit risky there for Yilin, but
high reward, giving him the first match point of this round of 64 match.
Oh, and we don't want to see it end like that. In case you couldn't tell at home viewing, the sound and the trajectory, the ball caught a little bit of the edge, which means it didn't bounce exactly where Andrew was expecting it to be. And it's unfortunate. Those balls are not next to impossible, very difficult to adjust for and get back over. And even if you get it over, it's usually not quality and you get punished.
For sure, but the tennis gods have spoken here. And at the end of the day, those unlucky shots, everyone gets them. You can't really control when they come out. And he put himself in a position to succeed at the end of that match, earning everything to get there. So,
well, congratulations to Yilin. We're going to wish him the best of luck moving on to the round of 32. And we are going to take a short break as we await our next match, which looks like it's going to be between Maryland and UBC. We have Stephanie Zong from Maryland and Grace Zong from UBC. We'll see y'all in a minute.
Court 2, we have women's championship singles, Stephanie John from Maryland, Grace John from UBC.
Side, each side. Okay, 2 minutes warm up.
And welcome back to the 2024 NCTTA National Championships. We are in the Women's Championship Singles round of 32. We have Maryland versus UBC, Stephanie Zong versus Grace Zong. Players are finishing their warm-up currently, and the action will be underway very soon as the officials call time. And here we go. So Grace Zong to serve. Stephanie steps back, chopping. Looks like we have a long pips chopper versus a smooth attacking player. A traditional attacker versus maybe a hybrid defender. Score is currently 1-1. Two 2-1 in favor of Stephanie Zong from Maryland. And just a beautiful forehand from Grace. Earns her a point, so the score is now 2-3. Grace to serve. And just like that, she ties it up. And we have the score up to 4-4. And Stephanie with some chopping defense there. Floats the ball just a hair high, giving Grace a chance to attack very cleanly.
My first time seeing Stephanie play. Is she a chopper, or was that out of the norm?
She's a chopper.
Okay, gotcha. Chopper versus a lefty.
And it looks like both wings, pips on one side and smooth on the other, but she is chopping both sides. Oh, actually, she might have twiddled when she had the chop on the forehand. So now I'm realizing she's showing red.
For those less familiar with the sport, there are three types of handle styles. A flared and basically a shape where the center of the handle, right in your palm, is a little wider. And then there's the straight handle.
Yeah,
Players.
that would be the anatomic.
Anatomic, yes, that's the word. Choppers and players with a pip side, if they twiddle, meaning they use that different rubber on both wings, they'll tend to use a straight handle because it's easier to twist the paddle in their hand to make that transition.
Ooh, some deceptive spin there, bringing the push off the table.
Bringing the twiddle into play using the inverted on the backhand push.
Ooh, super nice slow spin, top spin there from Grace, causing Stephanie to kind of not know what to do with that ball. Great recovery, fantastic rally, and
Nice
Stephanie
defense.
just can't get to the ball. Grace had a nice, option for speed, causing the bounce to be just a little lower, and it didn't come out to Stephanie as far as she intended or thought it would.
I really like Grace's forehand. It's very technical. I do find it interesting. So a lot of times when players are drilling and learning their forehand loop, they'll do this drill where their whole arm doesn't really move relative to their body or their torso, and that forces them to develop utilization of that spin or go ahead, Logan.
Stephanie with the chop, causing a little bit of a slip up from Grace, and she's got one more chance to even this all up. And she gets the ball that she was looking for, but those ones are tricky when they land a little bit deeper than you're expecting, maybe flirting with the edge. It's like, is it going to miss the table altogether? So you hesitate. And then when it hits, you're like, shit, was that an edge ball? Or it pops up high enough. She misses the smash with all the spin that comes off of that. Every once in a while, those loose balls that come up high, they have a little bit of extra on it and you're not expecting. And if it's falling and you get there late, gravity's pulling it to the net, spin's pulling it to the net. So even though it's above the net, when you hit, it just, the distance it has to travel, everything's working against you. And that's what we see there from Stephanie, getting the ball she needed to tie the score up and take it to deuce, but just a hair late on the execution.
Nice tight first game though. I'd like to say any shot that you don't put in the effort on is a difficult shot. This game requires massive amounts of focus. And we'll be going into game 2 here with Grace up 1-0.
Game 2, Stephanie to serve. Now off. One, now.
Game 2.
So I think in this matchup, it requires patience actually from both people. The defender being patient, looking for their opportunities, just keep the rhythm going and then look for that counterplay. And then the offensive player knowing that there's a little bit of deception from the pips on the ball to just really hit quality and around the net.
Beautiful forehand chop. So deceptive. You see that graceful chop. The ball comes in slow. The player has all this time to read it. But there's so much spin coming from a strange angle. Much more difficult to return than it looks.
So if you notice there, she went forehand topspin. So she lifts the ball. The next one from the deceptive chopper has to be a push because you gave her a ton of underspin. She opted for the double loop and misjudged that underspin. So that ball going into the net wasn't a mistake, maybe a misjudgment, but it kind of wanted to point out how heavy. If you don't alternate your shots and you want to loop twice, that's why you won't see it typically 2 loops back to back and against a pips player. So Stephanie really finding ways to give Grace some fits here. Grace taking the towel break. Every 6 points, the players have an opportunity to go use the towel. And sometimes it's a good, quick breather, mental reset. And again, just misjudging the underspin. It's one of those things. If I'm going to put quality on that, and I know I put a lot of spin on that ball, it's really hard to commit to a loop again because you have to swing even faster and hit it even cleaner.
Speaking of commitment, playing against a chopper, a lot of their chops are going to be heavy backspin, whether they're adding it with their rubber or it's from the loop that you hit. But some higher level players are able to commit to just hitting through that and attacking on it. If you're less comfortable playing against choppers, then you're going to have to work harder putting a lot of top spin on those returns. And you can see that Grace is not able to hit through these chops. She's really heavily looping it back.
Well, it's because her forehand topspin is so good. She is giving Stephanie so much spin to work with.
Sure.
And I think that's the miscalculation maybe on her part. Not giving herself enough credit for how good her previous shot was because she's generating all the spin that exists.
Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but this doesn't seem like a 10-1 game. Maybe we have an incorrect score there.
It's 10-2 now, but
wow.
The rallies have been good rallies.
Wow,
very strategic and tactical. Yes, Stephanie has run away with this one. But
and that's impressive. These two players are rated very closely, less than 100 rating points between them.
yeah, table tennis is one of those funny games where you have to have a short memory. Something like this, when you lose 11-2, you have to have this like ability to tune it out and not care. You want to know tactically what you could have done different, but you need to like disassociate yourself from how badly you lost, because it's not going to help going into the next game. And we see so many times, if you've been following the sport and you watch even at the pro level, these kind of things happen. Somebody loses their rhythm and the games can be so quick and it gets out of your control. But if you go back to your tactics and trust yourself, you can be right back in it.
So true. Short-term memory loss can come in handy in these sports. And right now, on Core 1, if you tune in there, we have another chopper. So two choppers in the women's doubles draws on the show courts right now. Very attentive by our scorekeeper there, Thomas Hu, noticing that there was some moisture on one of the inverted rubbers of Grace.
A little unfortunate there, but as you see Stephanie apologizing for the bit of luck that she got off the net.
Hate to see a beautiful point like that end that way, but still so graceful to watch by both players. And Grace very quick on her feet. She was not far off from getting that short ball dribbling over the net. And you see her there picking up a ball just barely over the net again, but she was not able to capitalize off of it.
And an unfortunate chop lands a little shallow to the net, which makes it a lot easier for Grace to step in there and get an attack off. But right now, and again, if you're just looking at the score that we have displayed and you have a short memory, the games are 1-1. Losing 11-2 has no bearing on what's happening. So right now, 1-1 on the game count, 3-3 in the score for this game. Everything is even as far as the scoreboard goes.
Exactly. Perfect time.
And the
net gods have
rebalanced the scales.
Exactly. I do think I want to see Grace stepping out, taking that inside-out forehand, and forcing Stephanie to play defense on her her right side, on her forehand side more. From what I've seen, it's a slightly lower quality chop, and with it being the inverted rubber, it's probably going to be marginally easier for Grace to read the spin off of that wing.
From a technical standpoint, I'm just noticing with Grace playing on this side, she actually has great footwork with those recovery steps. That's what's helping her step around and take that forehand on her backhand side, because she's always in motion, not flat-footed. And that's allowing her to maneuver around the table well. But even the best footwork makes it difficult if you're having a hard time reading the spin, and that's just what long pips and chopping is designed to do. Is, you know, if your opponents have better footwork, more power, you just trick them.
Loose air off the backhand win there by Grace, extending Stephanie's lead.
See, and you guys can see those little hops in her feet. And because she's doing these little half steps or recovery steps from the previous motion, steps around to take that forehand from the backhand corner just so easily.
Absolutely. Grace does not skip leg day. That's very clear. Game point for Stephanie here. Game 3. Uphill battle for Grace. One save, but 3 more chances for Stephanie to take this.
Oh, we got the offensive timeout. That is not typical, but she has 2 chances to win 1 point and go up 2-1. So I actually am a big fan of what she's doing here. This is kind of a subtle way of using timeouts, and a lot of people don't talk about it. And I've heard some high-level coaches mentioning one of them in particular being Miles. He is a coach that was training the Canadian national team, and making a comment about how if you take this timeout when you have 2 serves, you can kind of build a strategy around, okay, here's the first combination that based on what I've played, see if that earns me 1 point, and if it doesn't, here's the second one. Take 2 kind of calculated risks, and if either one of them pays off, you're up 2-1. So I'm a real fan of her going back to her corner and kind of getting a second opinion. Hey, how do I close this out?
2-for-1 deal, and maybe a little more chance there for Grace to feel the nerves of the situation she's in, being so close to going down 1-2 in this match.
A little bit of a slip there from Stephanie.
But a forced slip by Grace. That inside-out forehand effective again.
And then the backhand serve leads to the deep, heavy push into the middle, catches that transition point on Grace, and it helps her get the 1 point that she needed. So it looks like the timeout and the strategy and tactical advice that she got from her corner paid off.
Game 3 put to bed. Grace is in a hole. See if she can dig out of it in game 4 and bring it to a 5th to get out of this round of 32 match.
So game 4 is underway. Stephanie from Maryland with the serve. Very interesting change of tactics here. She comes out with the aggressive push on the pips and then opting to stay over the table and block a couple of those. Maybe change the rhythm and pace that Grace has been getting accustomed to over the first 3 games.
Yeah, maybe. I'm more of a don't fix what isn't broken type player, and I am surprised that she's trying to turn the tables when they already seem to be turned in her favor here. But maybe it was just loosening herself up early on in the game. And just attacking 1 or 2 balls in a game, especially early on, casts a shred of doubt in your opponent to say, look, I'm here. You can't always wait for me to play defense, and maybe can cause some hesitancy. So the mind games are awry.
And we had a nice mix between defense and offense from Stephanie, but Grace was ready for all of it. And then the smash pays off. It looks like Grace found the timing and found the technique and touch to take full advantage of that. So if that's true and she's kind of figured out the timing here, Stephanie might be in trouble. And again, 3 is very wonderful smashes there from Grace.
Yeah, very surprising start to this topsy-turvy match so far, with a 6-0 lead now for Grace.
Well, sometimes mentally, right? Stephanie had the same situation back in game 2, and in your head, you almost have to think to yourself, like, you know what? If you can do it, I can do it too. I mean, you're looking at it going, we're the same rating. We're basically similar level players. So if you can do it, I can. And sometimes that type of confidence and belief in yourself is what you need to go on a run like this.
And that's what I've been missing all these years. That's why I'm not professional, Logan. It's the only thing keeping me from that level.
It's just your belief in yourself.
So thank you for giving me that final key to the puzzle.
Wonderful. Forces the mistake from Grace and is able to put it away.
A few really high quality choppers on the women's side of the game in Collegiate this year. Sophie Wu from MIT, as we mentioned, and Stephanie Zhang here, and from the Great Lakes region at Cornell University, we have Emily Lin.
And Grace, just the onslaught of the clean technical forehands. Not going too crazy on power, not revving up or ramping the spin too much, just like that. Just placement with enough to make you uncomfortable. Not overplaying for any reason. There's a few times that she has chosen to overplay is where you get those missed time smashes dropping into the net, but I mean, this is table tennis. There's no player that is just hitting every shot perfectly. The game's too fast. Your opponents have a vested interest in making you miss. Oop, and the net coming back into play there. It's a decent recovery, but she kind of rushed on the follow-up.
I've seen crazier things here than a comeback for Stephanie in this game, but also she doesn't have to fear too much. She is up 2-1 in games, so really she can fight for this game. And worst case scenario, she's building momentum for that fifth to close it out there.
Great timing with Grace taking that ball slightly on the rise, not quite off the table, but definitely before the top.
This is really what I wanted to see from Grace. Pulling into play that inside-out forehand, getting the ball out to Stephanie's forehand. Way more often, she's not chopping as effectively off of that wing. And it's evident in the score of that fourth game. Grace taking it 11-5, bringing us to the fifth game tiebreaker to get one of these players out of the round of 32.
I mean, based on the pattern that we're seeing, it looks like we're in for a contested game 5.
Yeah, this has been a fun match to watch so far because both players are changing something each game, coming back in the next game with a different plan, and trying to open up or rather capitalize on little opportunities they're seeing in their opponent's game. And so now we've seen just most recently in the fourth game, Grace really attacking and opening in Stephanie's game. We'll see if now Stephanie, seeing that strategy, can counter it and find an advantage of her own. Not sure what that would be. Maybe she'll have to start looping some of these forehands.
Well, what we have to see here is Stephanie looked like she tried to change tactics to throw off Grace. So she might just go back to, hey, what was working? We'll just keep going for the long pips, chops, and deception, kind of playing with how much spin we're sending back. Very calculated rhythm to that point, playing the angles, opting to keep the ball in play versus trying to put it away.
Stephanie, certainly one of the more traditional style choppers, almost exclusively playing defensive in a majority of these rallies. Some of the modern choppers will loop off the forehand side.
And so far, it looks like we're starting off with a somewhat, closely contested. And Stephanie has gone back to kind of her tried and true method. Got away from that blocking over the table with the long pips, and wonder if she was maybe a little uncomfortable at how tight some of those games were, only winning by 2 points and hoping she could get off to a quick lead, and fell a little behind on the last game. Stephanie's also being a lot more patient. There's a couple balls that popped up off a mistake from Grace that I was expecting Stephanie to maybe turn around the corner and try to smash it, and she let it fall and chopped it again. And Grace might have even been preparing like, oh, I know I made a mistake, get ready to defend, and then throws off the timing when you're like, wait, what are they doing? Why are they slowing it down?
Very disciplined defensive play. Stephanie really committing to the game plan of making as few unforced errors as possible. And that can be mentally frustrating for an opponent, knowing I have to win this. She's not going to lose this. And if I lose it, it's really my fault because I made all the errors.
That is like the motto of defending players. And as a wannabe attacker, it is definitely frustrating at times. All right. Play is recommencing. And just a slight miscue on the rhythm, and that's one of those things with defenders. When they change the pace, you get into position, and I mean, she touched the ball. It's a couple millimeters, and that thing is a clean stroke.
I'm almost curious if, choppers, they're going to tend to be very physical players with super high endurance. I'm almost wondering if Stephanie was thinking in her head, you know what, I'm feeling in control after game 3. Let's make this an academic 4th game. Try some things out, because I know I might need to pull some other things out of my tool chest for the later rounds here. Knowing that she could go back to that safe, steady, higher gear of just defensive, chipping away in the 5th game and take this. Just speculating, obviously.
And Grace with just wonderful footwork there, trying to fight to survive. I think a common thing with a lot of table tennis players' mentality is, you fight till the end. The game's not over till it's over. You play as hard as you can every point. 1 point at a time when you're down like this, all I'm going to do is play the shots in front of me, and if they work out in my favor, and that one almost comes down on the edge. That would have been very unfortunate and probably very defeating to Grace's.
Grace not going down without a fight.
Beautiful traditional tactics, very, very disciplined there to loop, push, move the ball around the table, and then when she had the chance to go for the winner, she took it. Little bit of a loose, popped up receive there.
First match point for Stephanie Zhang. Grace has to hold off 5 of these to get to deuce. Oh,
And
tough
for
way
the
to end
second
it.
time today, the edge ball.
Taking
The
the match
edge ball.
point. Ouch. Doesn't take away from the fact that was a well-fought match by both of these players. Taking it to 5 games. congrats to Stephanie Zhang making it into the round of 16. And that's all till the next match.
Looks like we have here UNT versus University of Chicago. We have Joshua Mock from UNT versus Kenny Jiang from the University of Chicago. Two very highly skilled, highly rated players, and they're actually quite close in rating, so we should be in for a firefight here. A lot of very intense points, very technical, powerful points, so we'll see how it plays out.
This is also round of 32 on the men's side. We saw some awesome fights from Kenny Jiang in the men's doubles event earlier this weekend. Curious to see his singles game. If it's anything like his doubles, it's going to be a blast to watch.
Well, before we take our break, we want to do a quick shout out to our sponsors. We have Yola, wonderful paddle and equipment company for any of your table tennis or pickleball needs. Visit Eau Claire, the gracious host that has hosted us many times, and we always have a great experience when we're in this city. The food is great, the people are great, super nice. So come visit Eau Claire. Pong Space, wonderful, wonderful table tennis movement, having ways to find clubs and places to play all around. Bluestone Designs and Creations made some very wonderful, beautiful medals that were given away to the team's champs at the banquet last night. The kids had a wonderful time. The Saturday night after the team's event, we allow the kids to all get together, and even though we're competing, a lot of them are friends, and they get to share a meal together. And then finally, we have the U.S. Coast Guard. They were wonderful and gracious and stepped up this year to help out our nonprofit organization and put on this show for these kids and help their college experience. And we are super grateful. So thank you so much, United States Coast Guard, for all of your support. We appreciate it very much. So we're going to be moving on now to the men's singles rounds of 32. We have our wonderful officials here getting things started. The rackets have been returned to their players. Umpire Alan Chu at the table, PhD, sports psychologist, incredibly, incredibly talented and smart player, professor. He's always wonderful to have a chat with. Very, very smart guy.
And one of the driving forces in the NCTTA coaching certification courses, which both Logan and I have taken to get better insight into what the collegiate teams and the collegiate players need, can benefit from, and just learning a lot about how to play a leadership role and develop players. There are certainly aspects of running a collegiate table tennis club that are different from your local city club or a for-profit club. Working with universities and the administration there poses its own unique problems.
Yeah, and you make a good point. Like most training certifications are, how is this certain technique done, and here's how you teach it to your player. Whereas in the NCTTA one, there is all of the paperwork, travel. How do you help the kids get funding for their program and teams, and what are all those specific rules to NCTTA, like how to set up a roster. And it's just such an in-depth course. So we're very thankful for the people and staff at NCTTA that put those type of events on. I think it's just wonderful for all the kids, all the teams participating. So it's been a fun organization to hang out and help out. So great experience.
Happy to have you, Logan. For now. If you get any better at pickleball, I might change my mind.
So we are already noticing on the table both of these guys coming out swinging. Super technical, athletic. You can just see the quality, especially in person. It's the sound that's coming off the paddles, the speed of the shots that they're making. the consistency, hitting it that hard over and over and over on the table is not easy to do. It looks easy when they're doing it, but when you go to do it, it takes time. It takes a lot of time and practice to even be able to do this warm-up that they're doing.
Absolutely. Most of the time, the best shot that I see in any given match at this tournament is better than the best shot I've ever hit in my life. So there's stark contrast here, and you really can't fully appreciate that without seeing it live. Obviously, we expect Kenny Zhang to be a big hitter with the mullet he's rocking. Clearly improves the power on any player's shots.
All right, and the first serve is underway in the men's singles round of 32 between UNT and University of Chicago.
Looking like we've got a lefty on the court in Joshua Mock. Logan, do you know what UNT stands for? I'm actually not familiar which school that is. Is that North Texas?
I believe so, sir.
Might have to do some Googling here. So many teams competing in collegiate table tennis. It's tough to keep up sometimes.
And we got some wonderful aggressive play to start off this first match.
Both of these players are going to be looking for anything that's left up, opening with their forehands. Very powerful movement, big swinging forehands that they can pretty much attack anywhere on the court from. It's really gonna be a question of who's able to pull the trigger first here. After doing a little Googling, I did indeed confirm that UNT is the University of North Texas. Probably the three states we see the most strength in collegiate table tennis programs are Texas, California, and New York. I suppose that's not surprising if you look at the population of any of those states.
Yeah, very dense. Austin's grown like crazy. Houston's was the 6th largest city in the U.S. Not sure where it ranks at the moment, but it is a big, big place. Lots of table tennis, hotbed. Dallas, big table tennis scene there with a lot of high-level players.
Kenny Zhang, the 10 seed in this event. Joshua Mock, the 18. Service return error there by Joshua Mock.
Little redirect into the backhand there. That waiting shot where you kind of wait for your opponent to move and hold it off and redirect it against their momentum is when players can do it really well. It just gives them so many options. And beautiful touch there, put on display. Not many times do you win with a push down to the forehand.
Impressed with the finesse and cat and mouse both of these players are showing. They're able to perform. I did come out expecting more of a firefight. Maybe we'll still see that.
All right, Joshua Mock serving at 9-7. Ooh, opting for the fast topspin into the backhand.
You saw Kenny move in early, ready to attack with a backhand flick on a short serve, and he sort of jammed himself with that incorrect anticipation. And there's 2 backhand errors in a row off the Kenny Jang side, and that yields game 1 victory for Joshua Mock of University of North Texas.
And just like that, I mean, you can see he fully utilized that serve as a weapon and to his advantage at 9-7. And he realized that I have an opportunity to play aggressive, and I can end this game now. And worst case scenario, we're tied up if they don't pay off.
It's tough too. You see players with these great variety and qualities of serves, and they have to balance utilizing some of their better serves with the fact that they know these opponents, if they see that serve enough, no matter how good it is, they're going to learn to read it. So it's always a question of, do I bring out my best serve early? Do I save that serve for the tight points at the end of the game? Which one of those approaches is going to yield the most returns for me?
Yeah. It's one of those things that you don't want them to develop a touch, but at the same time, if I play too tricky, I'm making the variables of how I need to do my footwork and what shot selection I need to make more varied. So there's more moving parts. But then the last one is, if I'm playing too many tricks too regularly, my opponent knows to look out for tricks. You want to almost put them to sleep. Play very traditional lines of play, play the odds, and then when it's strategically to your benefit, you throw something in there to earn a point or two. Wonderful touch shots, big power, good all-around rally there.
Awesome
Little net
play.
recovery.
Awesome play.
And it's almost a little awkward watching that rally play out with a lefty versus a righty, because they're playing almost to the middle of the table right there, when we're used to seeing the games go cross-court, corner to corner, whether it's forehand or backhand. So
Yep. A little less space to attack through the middle.
so, oh, great.
Holy
So technically
guacamole.
sound there. Nice compact movements, and then explosiveness on that forehand from
Super.
Kenny to turn around and just take that big forehand. I thought he was out of time.
Yeah.
And he made
Yeah.
space, and it came back. It was beautiful. One thing I did notice, and I don't know how Joshua is reading the serves, but he did opt a couple times to step around for that almost Yika-esque backhand. So since he's a lefty, either way, he's going over to his forehand side to take that kind of Chiquita shot, but it looked like he moved during the toss. So I'm wondering if we're going to see Kenny catch on to that and maybe get a serve down the line to catch him, nobody home. But at the same time, I might not have calibrated enough eyes to see a tell that Kenny might be doing, where Josh knows, oh, every time he does this certain thing with his shoulders or whatever it is, I can expect a short ball to the forehand, right? So I'm not quite sure yet if Joshua is doing it out of anticipation or if he's reading it and fully understanding what's coming. So I guess we'll see how that plays out. Cleaning up the table there a little bit. The players, right? This game, no matter what anybody thinks about it,
you are working out there.
Get a sweat going. Such great forehands, and it almost came back in play.
Big shots from Kenny there.
I love that both players, though, started like, hey, this might happen, and they were both setting up, getting ready to play that ball if it came down.
So that would have technically been playable.
And off the net, almost having to save that one with some touch around the net. Joshua had a good touch to get that ball back over safely. And Kenny with a, I don't want to call it error, but just maybe a not understanding how to touch that ball.
You can call it an error.
But one of these things, we saw the players wipe the table earlier with the towel. A table tennis ball with any moisture on it just falls off your paddle right into the table. And a wiggle shot comes out.
The wiggle.
And with that one, you have to
spin there.
Anticipate what spin's going to happen. And Kenny just didn't quite read. And it's a tough one because from the opposite, from Kenny's side, he can't see what side of the ball Joshua hits. So he has no knowledge to use to understand which way it's going to bounce.
Right. His view of the direction that Josh is swinging his paddle is obstructed by the table at contact.
Wonderful chop block after that open from Joshua, but the forehand block just catches the top of the net. Kenny trying to make a statement with that backhand, just misses a hair long off the backside of the table.
Yeah, I don't think Joshua's hearing his statement right now. About to go up 2-0 in this second game.
And just a small mistake there with the push being a bit above the net and high enough for Joshua to attack. Leads Joshua to closing out game 2 and going up 2-0 in this series, best of 5. Only one more win for Joshua to take this match, but we have seen reverse sweeps. It is a thing in table tennis, so I think the viewers at home and commentators would rather enjoy more table tennis being played. I know the staff trying to keep the tournament on schedule isn't always a fan of all 5 games having to be played out.
Oh, I think we're all fans of good table tennis. Don't be mistaken. But we also like to sleep.
Not a whole lot of that going on during these events.
Nope. Too much excitement for sure.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing if you guys could see, or I had a camera to show a kind of behind the scenes look. Our video crew has been doing a super wonderful job. We have wonderful volunteers here, and the amount of equipment and gear, the monitors, the laptops, the walkie-talkies, all the different cables for these incredible cameras that they have displayed, cameras up on poles, cameras on tripods. all kinds of different viewing angles for court 1 at least, you know, in the 4 courts that they have, and you know, about 10 people over here operating everything, and they're never seen. They're the silent heroes making the stream a success.
So true. Absolutely professional production quality
So,
we put together here.
Game 3 underway, and we see Kenny opting for 2 chops off the forehand.
Now you saw Joshua waving to the opponent, putting a finger up before he tossed that first shot. The reason for that being that technically, once the ball leaves your palm, the point has begun. So you'll see players sometimes miss the ball completely, and that's actually a point, even if they don't touch it, because the point is started, and it's an improper serve if it's left your palm and you've begun. So Joshua was just signaling to his opponent that he was not actually starting the serve with that toss. Might have been seeing some lighting in his sight of path for that serve, or having some other issue with his timing on his toss that he wanted to refine before starting the point.
So we have Kenny Jiang taking a timeout. He doesn't want this third game to get away from him, at least with a too large a margin. He's got his teammate in the corner. It looks like they're talking a bit about technique or shot selection.
It wouldn't be a massive upset by any means, but this would be an upset with Kenny Jiang being taken out as the 10 seed by the 18 seed. But there's a lot to go before we get there. Kenny still has plenty of fight left in him.
And you see a nod of acknowledgement, and that's telling us that Joshua he faked him out a little bit with the quality that was on that ball. Wonderful recovery for Kenny to get there, but again, it just goes to show at the level that they're playing, if you can't apply pressure or quality yourself, Joshua just puts it away.
Joshua really tuned in here in the 5th game.
And Kenny ready for the fast serve into the backhand, which is good. If Kenny's reading that, it means if he can find a way to claw a win out here, that little trick up Joshua's sleeve might not catch him off guard or be as effective going forward. And these are always tough. It looks like Kenny might not quite be feeling it, and he's hoping for something to click, for the rhythm to feel good. I mean, I'm sure that these shots that he's missing are not typical for him, so.
Absolutely a lot of nerves here at this event. It's super serious, and it's the culmination of an entire year of competition and really an entire year of your college degree. These kids are getting towards the end of the spring semester, preparing for finals, so there's a lot on all of these kids' heads.
Kenny finding the monster forehand there in that rally. That was a wonderful, wonderful quick pace with a little bit of power to polish it off. Great footwork with good touch, and Joshua was just there on the counter play. He's playing really sound right now.
Kenny Jung perhaps going out a little earlier than he hoped in this men's singles event, but still not over. At any rate, a senior economics major for Chicago.
Joshua's just playing super clean right now.
Kenny originally from Vancouver, Canada. Many of the seniors this year in NCTTA.
And maybe going for that backhand flip, maybe a hair out of frustration, but Kenny going for a shot, trying to shake things up. I mean, when you're down by 8 points, you kind of got to apply the pressure and hope a couple breaks go your way. But Joshua Mock ends up on top from UNT. Congratulations to Joshua. Moving on to the round of 16. That was a fun match to spectate. A lot of good touch, power, very technical. So the game had everything you could wish for. For right now, we're going to be awaiting the women's round of 16, UCLA versus Rice. We have Angie Tan, the 4 seed from UCLA, versus Daniela Llano from Rice, the 10 seed. And we're going to take a quick break for a few minutes, and we'll see you when the women's round of 16 continues.
Women's championship singles coming up on tables 1 and 2. On table 2, we have our head umpire, Chinman John. From UCLA, we have Angie Tan. From Rice, Daniela Llano. Assisting umpire, Thomas Hughes.
Any preferred color? Red, blue? Blue? Sorry? Which side do you prefer? Side? Okay. Game 1, Angie to serve. Level.
On table 1, women's championship round of 16 from Western, Jackie D. From California, Lavanya Arusapandia. Umpires are head umpire Felipe.
Getting rolling here with the women's round of 16 match. UCLA's Angie Tan versus Daniela Llano from Rice University. The 4 seed versus the 10 seed. Starting up game 1.
Angela Tan going for the big backhand. If those start landing, Daniela might have a little bit of trouble. And right there it is. She's just so clean off that backhand. Again, sometimes they make it look so easy, but the subtlety, the timing, there's just so much that goes into making a shot that's so small with such efficiency, but it has all that power on it, you know?
They make it look so easy because they have trained probably as much as I brush my teeth.
Probably more, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, what are you trying to say, Logan?
That they play every day for hours and we only brush our teeth for maybe, 30 minutes?
Fair enough. I was more thinking like quantity of time.
Maybe 15
but yeah, as
minutes,
far as
more realistic.
fair enough.
You're saying session-wise?
Yes, I'm saying I brush my teeth every day. They've been playing every day, you know, and probably a majority of their youth, and also probably in their college studies as well. It's so hard to maintain this level. Constant maintenance and calibration of your game to be able to compete against these high-level players.
And you see Daniela Llano pumping herself up a little bit there. And that's good. I actually like the aggression that she's displaying here. She knows that she's going to have to attack Angie.
As I mentioned, we have the 4 seed versus the 10 seed here. UCLA Angie's rating at 23.58, Daniela at 21.90.
So Daniela being a large underdog on paper, however, some of these kids, when they have their breakthrough moment and they're training, something clicks and they're feeling good for a tournament, you do well enough, you get re-rated with a couple good victories over, high-level opponents. So
For sure. And also sometimes it's just a stylistic thing. I'm not sure about these two's records against each other, but there are certain players that just have a certain shot you have trouble finding an answer for. Now Angie being the 4 seed, that's unlikely, right? Sure, she's good on both wings. She can attack from anywhere. Very multifaceted game.
looked like Daniela was trying to get a really short push off the bounce. And she's really opting for those kind of side spin pushes to the forehand of Angie. But those take a lot of fantastic touch. And if you don't touch it just right, it does just that and pops up in the air.
Daniela Llano, a physics PhD student at Rice University. Hometown, or rather home state, or rather home country is Brazil. They call it hometown in the handbook here, but all they have is Brazil. Angie Tan California born and raised, with the majority of her university's table tennis teams on the men's or rather co-ed and women's sides. Nice to have a community like that you grow up with, get to compete with, and just be surrounded by people that you really enjoy the presence of in all these special moments. Going to give a shout out to one of our Western University players right now. Extremely strong, playing on court 1 at the moment. And she was our Great Lakes Regionals singles champion as a freshman this year. Of course, referring to Jia Ni of Canada. Expect many more great things from her in the future, and curious to see how she can do against the country's best in this event today.
Finding a way to tie this game up, 2-2. So Daniela with a nice 2-point run there to give herself the lead in this second game.
So Logan, do you have a favorite event at this tournament this year or in years in general?
That's a tough one. I think typically I like the teams events, and mainly because of the energy that can get going on when you have the whole squad, especially getting into the semis and the finals. The whole team, sometimes they have players that travel that are only playing singles or only playing doubles. And so the bench can be 8-9 kids deep, and in between points it's just this back and forth of cheering on both sides. And when they're close matches, it's just nice to see every point you have these big cheers. Right now it's good. We have a crowd, we have some people clapping. That's one thing, but when you hear the roars of your teammates supporting you and you're watching it, it's just really, really neat to see.
Well said, sir.
All right. So Angie managing to square it all up here. This is an interesting little tug of war, a little strategic play.
Tons of side spin on that serve there, just kicking it off of where Danielle expected that ball to land.
And players that have a great shovel serve, that kind of action that Angie's using, man, it can be deceptive. Not a lot of people use it, so it's harder to read when you come across the player that it's kind of their forte.
So much power and grace in Angie's movement. She looks so casual, but she gets so much into her shots. And you really tend to think that a player like Daniela is going to have to redline to make this match go the distance and get to 5.
See, Daniela may be overplaying that backhand to her. I'm not saying this is why she did it, but in the same situation, I know I'll maybe be frustrated that I'm down, not really believing that I'm going to get 5 points in a row to come back to deuce. And if you're in that mental headspace, you kind of just take your frustration out on the next shot, no matter what it is. And it's not the healthiest or best way to go about it, but sometimes blowing that steam off helps you clear your head going into the next game. But Angie was having good success early on, or Daniela, sorry, to start the game 2 out. And then it looked like she started applying too much pressure or trying to like overhit, hoping to apply even more pressure to maintain that lead. And there is definitely a fine line between going for too much and trying to play aggressive or trying to apply enough pressure to give yourself a fighting chance. And I think Daniela kind of crossed that line a little bit in the middle of the second game.
Sometimes you do have to cross that line to find it, though. Maybe that'll give her something in this next game.
Sure. In a little bit of a net there, you see Angie with the hand raise, apologizing for getting a little bit of luck off the net there.
Angie with some table tennis lineage in the family. I believe her older sister played professionally or at a very high level as well. One thing that I really admire about Angie's game is her ability to open up on the backhand side. You don't see that many powerful opening topspin backhands on the women's side in this tournament.
And Daniela keeping the aggression up and being the one taking the initiative there, winning the rally, ending up gaining her the lead in this third game of the match.
I really like the redirects there, going down the line with that backhand twice and really making space out of none.
And it's great to see Daniela being fired up and looking like she has some confidence right now.
It does seem like Daniela is trying to force Angie to pull her forehand out of the holster here. And Angie seems more ready, shifting over to her right side to just get into backhand-to-backhand rallies. Seems like a very intentional tactical play.
Well, one of the things too, we were talking with, you know, the official I mentioned earlier, Alan Chu, the PhD in sports psychology. And what we're seeing kind of on display, he can explain way better because I don't understand it as thoroughly, but players go through these highs and lows. And sometimes if you get overly high, you have more adrenaline and you don't even realize you're hitting the ball harder or too hard. That's different than trying to take a calculated risk and hit it hard on purpose. It's like, I'm playing well, I'm starting to gain some momentum, and it almost spirals out of control where you might be a little too excited and start missing shots because you've got all that adrenaline up. And if you're not training and practicing, and you can't really recreate this moment, it's something you have to keep an eye on. So I believe his philosophy on it is when you're coaching or in the corner of the player that's getting way high and excited, you almost want to try and find a way to keep them even. Like, find whatever that peak excitement is and keep them there. Don't let them get away from themselves. And so we'll see if Daniela can find a way to keep that excitement up, keep that confidence up, but not overplay because she doesn't have too many chances to make mistakes here. She's got to play really clean if she wants to take this to game 4. And Angie showing that experience and veteran knowledge, using those 2 serves to really gain an edge here. Daniela does have the serve at 8-10. If you're going to be down 8-10, this is the best you want to serve, so you have some control. And it unfortunately doesn't go her way. Angie Tan wins the match. Wonderful display here of women's table tennis in the women's round of 16. You know, very exciting. We want to thank both players for putting on a great match, and we want to congratulate Angie Tan for her advancement into the quarterfinals of this women's championships. I'm Logan Zimmerman, and this is
Justin D'Antonio.
And we want to thank you all for tuning in, and we will be back in just a couple minutes for the next phase of the championship.
Good deal. See you then, Logan.
Table 2, Men's Championship Singles, round of 16. From Texas Wesleyan, Santiago Montes Solarte. From Chicago, Chen-Chi Sui. Umpire Dan Chen, assisted by Bowman Lee.
Hello, hello, everyone. We're here at the 2024 NCTTA College Table Tennis Championships in the men's singles round of 16. We've got a special treat. My name is Willie Leporullo, and I'm with
Mike Griff.
So Texas Wesleyan's bringing out Santiago Montes Solarte, Colombian U.S. International versus Chen-Chi
Sui.
Chen-Chi
Sui.
Thank you for the pronunciation, Mike. Polyglot and grammarian, local NCTTA grammarian. So, Mike, we've seen both of these players play in the past. What do you expect to see here?
Explosive fireworks. That's all I'll say. I mean, we know that Chen-Chi Sui is. I remember him playing with Kenny Jung for his University of Chicago men's doubles matches, and quite an explosive player. Just like really dynamic.
Creative as well.
Really creative. Like as we saw in yesterday's banquet, there were highlights of Chen-Chi like leaping in the air when he was hitting. So the players are now just warming up with some forehand loops and blocking. And Willie, I believe that Santiago just celebrated his birthday yesterday as well. So
He
happy
did.
birthday to him.
Feliz cumpleaños. Sí. And how many different languages can we say feliz cumpleaños in?
We won't.
I will go into it. Feliz cumpleaños, that's Spanish, his mother tongue. Happy birthday in English. Auguri in Italian. And that's probably where it stops with me. Although Mike knows other languages. Yeah. Mike, Mandarin? You have any idea?
Sheng'er Kuaila.
Shang something Kuaila. Perfect. That's wonderful. So this is going to be an interesting match, at least on our end here, is because Chen-Chi Sui is generally not somebody that's widely known in the college table tennis circles. Neither is University of Chicago, and so not saying that he's the underdog. He's rated 26-28, while Santiago is rated 24-56. And again, that's a fairly large difference in rating, but let's take into the account, Mike, we've been here, how many days?
This is the third day.
Third day. These are top-level athletes, but they are also human. And
true.
After 3 days of playing, soreness creeps in.
Right.
The thought of will I catch my flight later today? So the psychology of it. So that's the interesting point. Well, here we go. 0-0.
Chen-Chi to serve. Nice. Look like maybe a dead ball or topspin serve.
Yep.
And Santiago hits it long off the table.
I think he's going to utilize a lot of this interesting no-spin serves. He does the no-spin loops, which is very interesting as well. So my understanding was Santiago's birthday yesterday that he didn't celebrate hard because he knew he had this, obviously, to play.
A nice backhand loop by Chen-Chi to take the lead at 2-1. Santiago to serve still.
Something I've noticed in at least the first 4 points here, both servers are serving, it looks like, the middle short. And that's probably a function of strategy or just feeling themselves out in terms of what's going on.
Yeah.
Over the table flip went.
Long.
Yeah, long. You know, it's interesting here in this level here when they do these kinds of shots, whether it's a push or a flip, they've got to be really exact.
Yeah.
Any slight miss creates problems, obviously. So we've seen Santiago play, myself and Mike were out of the South region of NCTTA, which is Texas, Florida, Georgia, Alabama. So we've seen him play quite a bit. Chen-Shi's the one we're not that familiar with. But we certainly...
Oh, okay, so there might be a call on the serve. So the umpire's giving a little bit of a warning to Santiago. So usually there's either 1 or 2 warnings.
Yeah, and this is the interesting point here. Again, in a lot of college table tennis action, there aren't umpires and scorekeepers. It's just the way it is. It's self-umpired. It's the way it is in most table tennis in the U.S. And so this could be a little bit different and strange for some of the players.
I've seen a lot of like cross table action at the moment. It hasn't been like so much down the line or anything.
Yep,
Just been,
yep, for sure. Chen-Shi down 3-5 here in the first game. I'm sure he's going to come up with his bag of tricks very soon here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Hit the cue button. My God, we've got a roller and around the table, a recovery. This is incredible.
Wow.
Very interesting little flip there along those lines. And yeah. Oh, wow. It was an incredible shot there. Santiago was blocking, but Chen-Shi was just waiting for the opportunity to open up.
Constant barrage of attacks there by Chen-Shi. Screw that point.
Very quick backhand attack. Handcuffed him just a little bit.
Chen-Shi to serve 6-6.
No towel break. They're in the moment.
Right.
Oh, unlucky.
Opposite of the net.
Table tennis, there are a lot of unlucky moments, aren't there?
Right. Just got to keep going, push through it.
It's funny along those lines. He had to open up on that ball, absolutely, and the execution was missing. He's probably thinking about, am I going to get blocked?
Beautiful backhand opener by Chen-Shi to close the deficit by 1 point. It's 8-7, Santiago to serve.
A little gamesmanship here. Turns around a little bit. Those short in the middle serves are giving Chen-Shi a little bit of problems. There's a little bit of indecision. Should I push? Should I flip? And it's such a fast sport. There's no time to make those indecision moments.
Wow.
Firepower. Santiago clips that ball out of the court completely. 8-9.
Chen-Shi with the serve. So Santiago has 2 game points at 10-8 with the serve as well. So
with the serve. If I were him, I don't know about you, I would go for those short serves right in the middle of the table, get him guessing, indecision again.
Right.
Similar. Half long serve there gets the first game for Santiago Montesolarte. Very interesting stuff along those lines. Santiago's pointing, where's my coach? And he's looking around, where are my teammates? Texas Wesleyan has brought a very large entourage.
Right.
But in men's singles and women's singles, there are people playing all over the court, all over the campus here in terms of our championships. And so sometimes they don't have people that can provide coverage. And so, but he's got the first game here. So.
Exactly.
Interesting little tidbit about Santiago. I was talking to him recently at South Regionals. And with every athlete, there comes a diet and a workout regiment, much like yourself, Mike, working out and so forth. And so Santiago revealed to me that he's been on this no-carb diet.
Oh.
He's put on, 10 pounds of muscle weight, lost 20 pounds of whatever weight he had to lose. But he's into the whole exercise regimen, no carbs. Mike, carbs are important, are they not? Little chips here and there, little of those. Yeah, it's my absolute indulgence right there. All right, here we are, game 2.
Santiago to serve.
Chen-Shi with the first point here.
Santiago's been winning several serves on his serve. I mean, on several points on his serve.
Absolutely, and it's the same spot. That middle, is it long, is it short area?
Under the table. Okay, so so apparently Chen-Shi was serving it with the palm under the table. Gotta have it above. So now he's probably focusing a lot on doing the legal serve, and it might be affecting him a little bit.
That's what happens.
Yeah. So 1-2, Chen-Shi to serve.
Yep, that's below.
Okay. Called on it. So
yeah, he's putting it in his fingers. She's very strict.
Right.
But I mean, again, that is the interpretation of the rule, certainly.
Exactly.
Point to Santiago.
Right.
So, here's the reality for me is that, these top-notch players, they may train and play with different kinds of rules, but they've got to understand that there's a different game when you have an umpire that will stick you to the rules, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But right now, Chen-Shi's head, he's losing control here. He's got to make it back, or else this could be quicker than usual.
Mm-hmm. And this could be an upset.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was a nice forehand flip opener by Chen-Shi, and then he followed up by a smash, forehand smash in the backhand corner. So now it's 2-5 Chen-Shi to serve.
Interesting that the player calls the net.
Nice forehand flip.
Very stable.
Close the deficit by 2 points now. 5-3 Santiago.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Table tennis is a game of a lot of lucky and unlucky bounces, right?
Wow, now it's a different game. It's 5-5. Chen-Shi got back 4 points in a row.
Game 5-1. He was down. Remember?
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, got him right in the elbow.
That was the perfect placement by Santiago.
Extremely smart. For me, what's really interesting, and again, looking at Chen-Shi's serve, looking at Santiago's serve, they were both called or warned on serve. They know how to serve correctly. It's just habit forming in terms of that. So they're all serving correctly now.
Right. Wow.
Wow. Great turnaround, the inside out forehand.
That's great.
Yeah. Yep.
Chen-Shi tried to get a little tricky, a little clever on that, but Santiago took it right back to him.
Santiago knew exactly what he was doing.
Right.
Opened up the forehand when he ran around that for that flip.
Right.
Not a great situation.
Chen-Shi was out of place. Position.
Oh wow, mishit there. Was it?
I think it was just maybe a lot of spin on that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. So now it's 8-7 Chen-Shi to serve.
Wow, there's lots of spin on that. He goes from spin to, no spin to lots of spin. I mean, just really creative, dynamic player here.
Puts his whole body into it too, so it's really great to watch.
What was that? The side spin flip on the backhand.
Yeah.
I think he's creating shots as he goes. 7-10 is the score. Oh, yeah.
Good try by Santiago to go to Chen Shi's backhand, but a little bit long.
Yeah, no, I think that was a smart play to do that. Again, if he would have put it on the table,
right,
Chen Shi would have been in a horrible lobbing situation right. if he even got to the ball along those
right.
lines. So
now the score is 1-1 in games. It's a little bit of a different momentum shift.
It is indeed. And again, this is the men's singles round of 16. We're in the NCTTA championships here. And you know, just a shout out to our sponsors and Yola. As you can see, the Yola table, Yola barriers. We're using the Yola Prime Ball. Pong Space, one of NCTTA sponsor. Bluestone, they did medals for us. U.S. Coast Guard, visit Eau Claire. Really, we couldn't have done it without our cherished sponsors. And of course, the volunteers. Almost 100 volunteers from Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Minnesota, around the Midwest, and Canada, essentially. We've got one from Colombia, the country. So really a diverse set. And myself and Mike, we're Floridian. Well, I'm a Floridian. Mike, you are a transplant New Yorker.
Itinerant traveler.
Sure, whatever that means. Here we go, third game. So, Mike, I think what I'm seeing is a little bit of a cat and mouse game here. I push until you give me a high ball. Is that what you see?
Yeah, looks like it.
So, do you think that serve was dead?
Sure, might have been, but that's I believe like the first serve that Chen Shi won outright on the serve.
Exactly.
Most of, like Santiago was getting most of those, but now it's
struggling.
0-2. Wow, beautiful. A loop. Chen Shi looped to Santiago's wide forehand. He was completely out of position and just dominated that point. 0-3.
Great blocks there. Santiago's really got a knack there for staying in the point, controlling the ball, and folks out there, blocking can be an aggressive shot. Right? Watch Santiago. That's how you can do it.
Oh, luck off the edge.
I think those were two luck. I think he shanked the ball and he hit off the edge.
Yeah,
so that's
awesome.
what folks out there are wondering, how in the world did you know that? That's the what we hear.
Yeah.
It sounds a high-pitched sound, and generally not going to hit the flat of the paddle.
Seems like that's Chen Shi's bread and butter, going to that wide forehand of Santiago. But I mean, he can place it anywhere, obviously, but he's been doing that a lot.
Right.
And he can vary up his loops, which might thwart Santiago's attempts at blocking. Like vary up his spin.
Wow.
There's a backhand winner for Chen Shi.
That was wild. That in again? I couldn't see it.
So it was so fast.
My gosh.
He's going at both wings now, like both angles. Yeah.
So, you know, he's in the zone.
Yeah.
Is that what we can say at this point here? There needs to be some sort of, you know, break in action,
right.
Towel break.
It's currently 7-1, Chen Shi to serve.
You know, we've...
Oh, yeah, 8-1.
8-1, yeah. I missed that one there.
Oh, 7. I'm sorry. It's 7-2.
That cannot... Well... It's a short ball. 3-7. Oh, we got a run of points here.
Right.
Santiago making some different choices, clearly. Wow, that was an errant miss. I'm not sure what happened there, but if there were a time for a timeout, there might be one coming here. But Chen Shi's just walking around trying to collect his thoughts. You're good at predicting timeout, so Mike, where's the money at?
I think if the next point happens, maybe that would be a timeout time. Timeout chance. But we'll see.
Oh, backhand serve. Uh-oh.
Interesting.
And still no timeout. Okay.
All right, so I'm wrong.
Well, you can't be right all the time. It was 7-1. It is now 7-6. Santiago's on a run.
Yeah, definitely so.
The zone is no longer within Chen Shi. He's back in the zone. Zone has been achieved.
Yeah. So now we'll see. So it's 6-8. Santiago to serve. Santiago has to get 2 of his best serves here to reclaim momentum.
Yeah, it's quick backhand. Santiago wasn't ready for the block. Chen Shi's up. Score 6-9. It's a ballsy chance going to his forehand. All right, it scores 9-7. Interesting little over-the-table flip. Didn't have a lot of pace or spin, and it caused some confusion, I see.
A little luck of the net. 8-10, Santiago to serve.
Wow, backhand.
An opener by Chen Shi to seal the second game for him. 2-1, Chen Shi. So what would you say Santiago has to do for this next game to get back into it?
I think he needs to really control the points better, but look for his openings as well. In doing that, I mean, he's got the best of both worlds, so he can certainly do that. But we'll see what ends up happening.
Back for the 4th game. Santiago is serving at 0-1.
Wow, I just stepped away for a moment. It's already 2-0. What happened?
Wow, so much control from Santiago.
And again, that's where I think his game is going to lie, because he's totally adept at sitting there and waiting for his chances so he can turn and burn. Santiago is one of the top players in the South region, and certainly at Texas Wesleyan as well.
Another service fault.
Yeah.
Chen Shi. So now it's tied at 2-2. Santiago to serve.
Yeah, he might be thinking about it a little bit more, unfortunately. That's part of the game. You've got to be able to tune out the disturbance. Focus point by point. score is 3-3.
See, correct me if I'm wrong, Willie, but it seems like when there's longer rallies, Chen Shi has a greater chance of winning if he's like looping outright against Santiago, because Chen Shi has more like dynamics.
I was going to say he has more superpowers at this point.
Yeah. Nice.
Both of them have great control over the table. I just remember the doubles match that Chen Shi played. Just all these different variations. But yeah, singles now as well. Same superpowers, different day. That's nuts. The ball seems so low. And we're right here, folks. So those watching on the stream, it looks like, why is he attacking that? It's like he thinks he has a chance. He's going to go for it.
So Santiago's up 5-4.
Oh.
Wow.
Yep. Those nets are a real issue along those lines. It happens so much. You just have to be able to adapt. So he's thinking right now, I've got to not give away any more points on my serve. So he's thinking that, and he's thinking I'm down 4-6. A lot of pressure here. Wow. You love how he worked that point?
Yeah.
It's into the forehand, into the middle, into the backhand, back to the forehand again. It's, folks, it's like chess on steroids. Is it not?
Indeed. Chen Shi goes for kind of like a side swipe, a side wrist flick action, and misses long. Santiago's up 7-5 to serve, backhand serve.
And
so slow, spinny loops by Chen Shi that are giving Santiago a little bit of issue when he's trying to block against him.
And here's the interesting point on that, in that a lot of people think, oh, it's so slow, why can't you block it? Well, if you're used to fast, any change of rhythm, like in baseball, a knuckleball, an off-speed pitch.
Chen Shi wound up for that one.
He did. He was going to attack no matter what came.
Right. So now he's down 6-8 to serve.
Ooh, good underspin serve to the forehand. Santiago, I think, was being also careful because he knows Chen Shi likes to wind up, as you put it.
Exactly.
That's
perfect third ball set up there to close the deficit.
So
it's tied 8-8.
When you say third ball, just in case people are watching, can you explain a little with that?
Yeah, so Chen Shi served, that was the first ball, and then there was a receive by Santiago, and then Chen Shi attacked, and that was the third ball, third hit.
So table tennis jargon we're using out there is strategic talk along those lines. Is a perfect picture in terms of what players should be doing. Well, this has definitely changed. He was down 8-6, so let's remember. And we got 2 match points for the University of Chicago #1 player.
With serve.
With serve.
Let's see what he does. Ooh,
wow.
Goes for the flip.
It's a ballsy shot,
yeah.
But can't win the big ones without being a little ballsy. He's going to serve something he's never seen. What do you think?
Wow.
Wow.
That was nerves of steel by Santiago.
I was going to say like watermelons, but you know. That's,
this is the PG version.
Right.
Yeah.
Deuce. Oh, yes.
Third ball attack from the backhand serve that Santiago used there. That was great.
Ball nailed one of our volunteers, Jonathan Martin. He's like, whoa, where'd that ball come from?
So it's 10-11, Chen Shi to serve.
How quickly it changes.
Oh, yeah.
2 match points down to a match point here. There it is.
Wow. So now it's 2 games apiece.
2-2. Santiago comes back from the dead. Down 2 match points, not on his serve. time to maybe perhaps regret, but in table tennis world, you got to forget about the points and move on to the next. Mike, you've been on the tail end to many comebacks and people coming back on you. What's your mindset if you're Santiago?
Try to figure out what worked in the points that he won throughout those games, like especially the serves that worked, because he won a lot of good points on serves, like just outright. And he also set up some third ball attacks, which helped him as well. So I would suggest doing that for Santiago.
And on Chen Shi's part, he's got to focus a little harder on the serve. While you can give away serves maybe in the first games, this is the 5th game. This is for all the balls and marbles. Whatever that cliche is. There's a cliche. Is it for all the marbles?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes.
I mean, you're the grammarian here.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Well, there are marbles on the table, and there's the size of ping pong balls. So here we go. We're back in the 5th game. 2-2. This is men's singles round of 16.
Wow.
As we both reach for the record button. My gosh. Huge forehand by Santiago. Back to another forehand block, push, drive, whatever that was.
Yeah, right to the far.
Unexpected, incredible.
Those were some great pushes, and then Santiago tried to open up with a forehand loop or forehand smash and just went right into the net. So Chen Shi.
Got the score here. Santiago down 0-2.
Yep.
That backhand right there, Santiago has got to figure out what he's got to do to prevent that fast backhand, because he has lost every point that has happened. Looks like a timeout.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like maybe the spin off of Santiago's serve was still lingering
What's funny,
from there.
I was about to say that because he souped it up.
Yeah, he was like a side top.
Like that was so much rotation. And probably Chen Shi said, you know, I don't want any of that stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
So now Santiago's down 0-4. There's a timeout been called. We have Bruno
Ventura dos Anjos. Yeah. Now, of course, I don't know Brazilian Portuguese all that well, but DOS dos Anjos is ANJOS. Maybe one day somebody can teach. You think it's a Jos sounding? Anjos?
So what do you think Bruno is telling, Coach Bruno is telling?
Coach Bruno is speaking in Spanish right now to Santiago, and he's probably telling him to keep away from anything long to the backhand and go short until he gets a ball he could drive. That's what my opinion is. Yeah.
All right. We're back, and it's Chen Shi to serve.
What are we? Okay, we're waiting for the scorekeepers to organize themselves. Umpire Ning Chen throws the ball, and Chen Shi conveniently drops it for a little bit more time. Oh, that net.
Net with double bounce on
Chen Shi's that's side. Tough. So that's tough. But it shows Santiago's putting a lot of underspin on that.
Exactly. So now it's 4-1. Chen Shi serves still. Wow. So after that timeout, Santiago has claimed 2 points.
Yep.
So that was a good timeout.
3 points in a row.
This is good for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Up. And now Chen Shi takes a timeout, which is a good call.
Absolutely. It's
3 points in a row. I mean, he was losing his momentum. This is a chance to take a breather and turn the momentum back in his favor. Absolutely, and it's it's an interesting point because obviously we're in the 5th game, 5th set. It's anything goes. Also, for the folks out there, whenever someone gets to 5, we switch sides. Right. And then in the 5th. In the 5th, of course. So. Not that there's any better side, especially not here. This court is beautiful, but that is the way that works. So Chen Shi is back on the tables. That means Santiago must also come back as well. They get as much allotted times as the person that called the timeout has. So we'll see if both of these players' timeouts help them in their favor now.
Okay, waiting for the scorekeeper. Okay, here we go.
All right, Santiago to serve 3.
Oh,
wow.
Impressive backhand. That last backhand that Chen Shi hit, and I've noticed they're switching sides here, looked like it had some top side spin on it. He really cranked it.
Yeah.
Chen Shi to serve up 5-3. We're in the 5th game here of the men's singles round of 16.
That was a perfect third ball attack for Chen Shi.
I'm quite impressed. Again, he's going right after Santiago's forehand. I think he probably doesn't like being blocked on the backhand, so maybe that's the choice.
Possibly, yeah.
Looks like Santiago nicked his finger on the table there. A little dangerous there. Table tennis injuries can happen and generally do when you just saw what you saw there. 3-7 is the score.
Santiago is visibly frustrated now.
You want to translate what he just said?
I didn't hear it.
It's not PG rated.
Yeah.
I think at the beginning of the match I said to you, Mike, don't give him those long backhands, right? I think my point has been proven slightly.
So it's 9-3 Chen Shi, so he definitely had a great timeout decision there.
That's a great ball by Santiago, spreading Chen Shi wide, knowing that Chen Shi's waiting in that corner of the big forehand.
Right.
Smart play. Wow. He missed it.
Spin on that.
Wow, 6 match points.
Santiago to serve 4-10.
Wow. There it is, folks. Chen Shisui has just gotten the round of 16 far. He has gotten by the round of 16, beaten Santiago Montes Solarte of Texas Wesleyan, so University of Chicago player, #1 player, moves on. Mike, final thoughts here.
Well, according to paper, the better rated player won, but it was definitely a very close match. It was awesome to watch. There were great rallies, and it was a clash of styles too. Like Santiago was very like Zen-like, very with controlling with the blocking and everything, and then Chen Shi was very dynamic with loops on both sides, just a double-winged attacker. But yeah, it was a great match to watch, and congrats to Chen Shi for advancing on.
Well, and I completely agree. It's fantastic to see dynamic and creative players, and so we've got one. Moving on to the quarterfinals of the men's singles here at the 2024 NCTTA College Table Tennis Championships. We're going to take a break here. I'm Willie Leparullo.
And I'm Mike Greff.
We'll talk to you soon.
All right, we'll have the women's quarterfinals coming up on 1 to 2, table 1 and 2, women's championship singles quarterfinals. On table 2, we have head umpire Jorge Venegas. From UCLA, Angie Tan. From NYU, Anastasia Wong. Assistant umpire Jinfeng Zhang.
Okay, colors, black, red, you want to choose? Black. Seriously, or choose side? Sir. Side. Good. Ladies, you have 2 minutes.
On table 1, women's championship singles, quarterfinals. From UCLA, Faye Kong. From Emory, Crystal Wong. Our umpire is Leo Kai, assisted by Eric Pulido.
All right. We are back here. We're in the women's singles quarterfinals at the 2024 NCTTA College Table Tennis Championship, sponsored by Yola, Pong Space, U.S. Coast Guard, Visit Eau Claire, Bluestone Design. Really excited here to be in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We've got some great matches here. Women's singles, top notch. Angie Tan is out of UCLA. Anastasia Wang out of New York University. Should be a great battle here in terms of play styles and how they do what they do to make them so great here. I can't wait to see this match here. I'm Willie Leparulo. I'm here in the booth right now doing it solo until I am joined by a fellow comrade in arms. But we'll hang out here making sure that everyone's got the full information. Officials call time. They were they get a couple minutes warm up along those lines, and so I've got Mike Ref joining me here in the booth here. He just took a little bit of a break. We've been working since Wednesday at all of this, so at any rate, here we go. So Mike, how was your break?
It was great. I'm back for action.
Here we are. So Angie Tan and Anastasia Wang, should be some good firepower here.
Right.
Angie Tan is of UCLA, and she's played in women's doubles. She played in co-ed teams. She's played in women's teams. She is now in women's singles. And the way it works in women with NCTTA, they're everywhere. Not to say that they're everywhere in terms of space, but they're everywhere in terms of the different events.
Exactly. Yeah, they wear multiple hats, more so than the men's players, just because they can be in co-ed and women's teams as well.
Exactly. So yesterday, Angie Tan and her UCLA women's team, they finished second in the women's team competition, losing to Texas Wesleyan. Angie Tan leading her team to a second place finish.
Right.
She's still playing for herself, but as well as her university here as it goes here at NCTTA.
Great rallies here.
You've got this fast reaction back and forth, and a lot of people who watch table tennis for the first time, they may think, oh, okay, fast play is for the men. No, that's not really how that works. Women have generally a fast on the table kind of action, while men can get off the table with a little bit more spin. So interesting point here. Both players are actually from the West Coast. So they go to. Oh, there's a double hit. That's Angie Tan's point. They're both at different universities, obviously UCLA and NYU. But Anastasia is actually from Fremont, California, which is very close to where Angie's from, San Jose. more than likely they've probably played each other.
Right, exactly. And I was just about to say there's a humongous West Coast, specifically California, presence at the champs this year, and many years as well.
Yeah. Is it the state that has the most schools?
I believe so.
Yeah, California, New York. Generally speaking, in the United States, you've got from California, New York. Also, Texas has a lot of
Texas.
players. Yeah.
And NYU has a large cohort just by them amongst themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Angie Tan has, as we learned last night in the NCTTA banquet, has a little sister, Emily Tan, playing for MLTT. Scores 7-5. Angie leading here. To me, what I always find, fairly interesting is how these student athletes are able to manage their time and, all of that nature. Because it's hard enough being a college student and then focusing table tennis. It's just an added, you could say, burden or bonus. I'm not sure which one it would be, or both, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's about balancing studies and athletics, and I mean, Angie Tan, for example, well, both players are high-level players. Angie Tan is, the highest rated of this match currently, but it's about finding the time to do your studies, take in some practice hours in the gym, cross training and everything, and physical fitness and technique, and they're able to do it.
Yeah,
as college athletes. It's amazing.
It is, and the beauty of it is that they're getting basically the full experience,
right,
essentially.
Exactly.
Angie Tan is a pre-med student at UCLA, which for those who know about pre-med is nothing to sneeze at, certainly. So it's.
All right. Angie Tan gets that first game 11-7 and is up 1-0.
So let's talk a little bit about what Anastasia's got to do to get back in this game. She's got a really quick game, fast on both sides. She's got one of the greatest coaches in NCTTA, I'd say, Gao Yanjun in the NYU corner. But it just seems to me that Angie might be a little faster.
Yeah, and I think also I've been observing Angie from other games. It looks like her backhand is just ridiculous. That backhand loop. She has so much control and dynamic change with it. Like, she can do whatever she wants with it. And so it might just be about the placement rather than the speed.
Right.
And just maybe varying up her serves a little, like Anastasia, and maybe trying to end the point, like a third ball, fifth ball attack, as opposed to going a full distance with the rallies, because it seems like Angie's coming out on top more.
Yeah, that's perfectly accurate too, and also there comes with experience.
Yeah.
Angie Tan has had lots of USATT national team, junior national team experience, a little bit more than Anastasia has at this point, so that counts for something as well. Yeah, I'm thinking though, as you said before, that backhand of Angie Tan seems to be her bread and butter, so to speak.
Yeah. Even though she didn't do the backhand in that point, I could feel like she was about to do it if it got in.
Yeah, it's funny. That's a great point there. Most people who are going to favor their forehand, they're going to stand, as we're looking at Angie, all the way over to the left. She's standing more in the middle, favoring that middle range.
There's a nice forehand loop, but she doesn't connect with the second loop, and Anastasia gets that point to lead at 3-1 in the second game. Angie to serve. That's a nice forehand loop by Angie.
Now, I think you're right about what you're saying. The the backhand, so forth. It seems that she's looking for the backhand, searching for it, versus the forehand. Good forehand loop there. I was looking up here just out of curiosity, because she's got a bomb on her backhand.
Right.
It says here online that she used butterfly Tenergy 64. From what I know about Tenergy 64, it's not a, if she's using that, it is an explosive rubber that's used pretty much for a backhand. So that could explain certain things.
Oh, wow.
And that is not our friend, I guess, for good rallies, if that's what we want. Oh. Notice how the players always apologize.
Right, exactly. Wanted to do a nice short serve, but it clipped the net, so that serve. Wow.
Ooh.
Beautiful. So now it's 5-5. Anastasia to serve.
5-5.
Oh, great exchange there, backhand, forehand.
Oh. Anastasia takes the towel break, but Angie stays, well, she doesn't do the towel, but steps away from the table to take a breather.
Yeah.
And that's completely within the rules.
Yep. Oh.
Edge. And Anastasia gets that point with an edge point. Edge ball. Wow, amazing backhand by Angie Tan.
I still remain impressed here because, again, we've got most players favoring their forehand, and it's a little bit different here.
Exactly.
It's impressive.
Oh. Wow.
Is that a flat smash?
Yeah,
like
backhand smash.
Like a punch?
Exactly, yeah. Sounded like my bread and butter there.
Did it sound? You
well,
recognized
I
it?
usually do forehand smash, but I heard it. Yeah. Wow.
So this is what I find interesting. And we were talking about third ball attacks in the other match we were commentating. She does third and fifth ball attacks with her backhand.
Yeah. It's interesting, yeah.
Here it was, third ball attack.
You called it. So, Angie has 3 game points at 10-7.
Yeah,
nice third ball with the forehand loop this time for Angie, and she gets this second game with the same score, 11-7.
Yeah.
So now she's up 2-0 in games.
It's a commanding lead for Angie Tan. She's being coached in the corner by Kai. Can't pronounce his name. Zerabin. Now we see a more animated. It's hard to see on the screen here, but we see a little bit more animated Coach Gao from the NYU side. Talk a little bit about your coaching experience when you've got your players that are down 2-0, but they're at the cusp, and you've done a lot of coaching at Florida State.
Yeah.
What's that opinion like?
Well, sometimes, like if they're down, it's about just kind of motivating the player to maintain their focus and just boost up the morale again. So like judging by Coach Gao, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, Coach Gao's body language, he's trying to demonstrate positive body language to boost up his player and just keep her in focus for this match.
Well, Anastasia Wong is a sophomore in applied psychology, and so if there's any time to apply the psychology, it would be now, down 2-0. So let's see if she can put her education to good use here.
Here we go. She has the serve, Anastasia. Angie has that backhand opener again and gets that first point. We might see a timeout soon, folks. Nice point by Anastasia. Great rally.
Going for that down the line back, and it was a right shot, certainly, but just just difficult to get there. Again.
Anastasia has gotten the last 3 points in a row. So now she's up 3-2, so a little momentum shift here. Nice setup there with Anastasia. She didn't do as much driving there. She did more spinning.
Yeah, and I noticed 2 spins in a row waiting
she
for
might want to do that more to mix it up.
I completely agree.
Yeah. Ooh.
It's a weird circumstance there.
Ooh. A little edge there. 5-3 with Anastasia to serve.
Oh, wow. So that's what we call a 5th ball right after a good 3rd ball.
I think that was a 3rd ball.
Really? Am I missing balls here?
Yeah.
My fault.
Nice serve by Angie Tang.
Yeah, that's smart. Nice and short.
Just trying to gain back the momentum in this game. Haven't seen as many long rallies just yet these past few points. Now it's 6-6. Anastasia to serve. Anastasia goes to the towel. Angie stays at the table.
She's pretty confident.
Right.
She's thinking that she can take this out.
Right.
Wow. Oh, that was a ton.
Ooh, wow.
What
that
was that?
Like a side strawberry.
I'm confused. There has to be another fruit we can call it. A side guava.
Or maybe just like a sundae or something. Yeah.
Wow,
great,
excellent point.
Great rally. Both players haven't, neither of the players have taken their timeouts yet, so. Interesting.
Anastasia's not going away.
Right.
Body language is interesting there.
4 game points for Anastasia. Ooh.
There it is.
Nice.
We got a match here, folks.
Yeah. So Anastasia took that game 11-6, and Angie's still up 2 games to 1. And then this is from the coaches, the break in between games.
So we're here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and you know, Mike and I we're from Florida, from the East Coast. We're on Eastern Standard Time. It's kind of interesting here having the different time change, I guess what you'd call it, the different time zones that we have. And so we've never brought that up. And so we've got UCLA, they're in the West Coast, so they've got the Pacific time zone.
3 hours.
3
from
hours
us, from
2 hours there. And so, you know, the players from the Midwest and the East, they have, I think, a little bit more of an advantage than the West Coast players because it's a little bit early for them. So maybe there's a point in time where the UCLA player, Angie Tan, runs kind of into that brick wall where they just like, oh, boy, I'm a little tired now. So
well, I hope they've adapted like earlier on for the
yeah,
if they've arrived early. Yeah, that is true. It's almost like a jet-lagged feeling. Angie to serve. Goes for her backhand opener and secures the first point.
We've talked about ratings before, and so if anyone out there is wondering about the ratings out there, UCLA's Angie Tan is a 23.58 college rating, and NYU's Anastasia is a 21.25. So in theory, there's about a 200 or more kind of thing. And so we'll see how this all works out. Scores 1-1, fourth game.
Ooh.
That was one of those odd kind of shots where Angie was just trying to keep it in play, and then it screwed up, I guess, the rhythm for Anastasia.
Right. Oh, she returned a netball, right?
That backhand. Okay, I need you to explain the dynamics of this backhand punch, because you live and die by this backhand punch, and it's really frustrating when I play you. So you're grabbing it on the highest point?
I believe so. I mean,
You believe so?
Yeah, I don't always do it.
Tell us the secret sauce, Mike.
No.
You're grabbing it at the highest point and you're nailing it through, aren't you? Is
Yeah.
it just because you just don't want to loop?
Yeah, because looping is harder for me. I'm not like as proficient as Angie Tan.
Yeah, she can definitely loop on both sides, but it seems like she likes punching through things,
Yeah.
especially from last night's banquet. She was talking about the sibling rivalry there, so maybe she's had some practice doing that.
Wow. So there's a timeout called by Anastasia Wong. She's down 2-5 in the fourth game with 1-2 in games. So right now this would be a chance for Anastasia to get some good advice from Coach Gao and, you know, get a breather as well and try to regroup and shift the momentum back in her favor. So we'll see what happens shortly. And we're back from the timeout. Anastasia just serve 2-5. Angie with a great serve. With the lead now at 7-2. So the timeout did not work in Anastasia's favor. 3-7, Anastasia to serve.
3-7.
Wow, beautiful setup by Angie Tan. She did like a slow loop opener, and then she went down the line a couple shots and then across the table, and that secured the point there for, now it's 3-8, Anastasia to serve. Oh. So Angie is up 9-3. She's taking a convincing lead here. Service error. It's 9-4 now. Ooh. Great serve by Angie. She has now 6 match points. It's 4-10 with Anastasia to serve. Anastasia saves 1 match point, 5-10. Angie was trying to go for her signature backhand opener. All right, and there you have it, folks. Angie Tan of UCLA defeats Anastasia Wong 3-1 and advances on to the semifinals. It was a great match by both players, and Angie came out on top, using an excellent display of her backhand and forehand prowess, looping prowess, and great serves as well. Anastasia put up a great fight, but unfortunately it wasn't her day to get it. So we'll be back in a little bit with another match, but I'm Mike Griff. Thank you for listening.
Championship Singles 2024 NCTTA College Table Tennis Championships. We got quarterfinals of men's. Table 2. Umpire Felipe Castaño from California, Nikhil Kumar. From Chicago, Chen Shui. Assistant umpire Alan Chu. Table 1, another quarterfinal, men's championship singles. Our umpire is Helen Prusikoff. From USC, Kai Zhang. From Texas Wesleyan, Senora Silva. Assistant umpire, Hui Zhang.
Blue or red? Blue. Receive. Side one, this one.
Welcome back, folks, to the 2024 NCTTA Championships. We're in men's singles, men's championship singles, the quarterfinals round. We have California's Nikhil Kumar and University of Chicago's Chen Shui. I'm Mike Reff, and I have with me
Logan Zimmerman.
And we're excited to start watching this match. It's going to be
Fireworks.
quite good. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen this rating up so close before. California, 2781, Nikhil Kumar. That's an amazingly high rating.
As high as it gets.
Yeah. And Chen Shui with a 2628 rating.
Yeah, both of these extremely good players. We'll have to see. Normally, 100 rating point difference can cause a little bit of a proportion that maybe 8 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times, the player with 100 more rating points are more often to win that match.
Right.
But when you start getting to the higher levels, like the highest levels of this game, it is at least going to be fun to watch, even if Nikhil has the higher percentage chance of winning. So.
Right.
And we have our umpire Felipe, as well as the scorekeeper Alan Chu.
Yeah, Dr. Alan Chu. Yep.
Both good table tennis players in their own right.
Oh yeah.
Also very knowledgeable about the game. That's why they're officiating these matches. And right there, as you can see, Chen Shui with a wonderful combination. And it looks like Nikhil, he just keeps going to that wide forehand serve.
Yeah.
It's like that wide forehand half long, but bringing the corner into play, so he has to reach around the table.
Wow. Nikhil had an awesome chop block, but Chen Shi responded with his own smash there.
And then Nikhil with just a couple degrees more, and that table's coming back on the corner.
Right. Oh, wow. Nice, like a side
touch,
spin.
like side spin, inside out forehand. It's kind of like inside out flip.
Right.
But it was soft, right? It was a wonderful touch.
Great touch. Both of these players are very dynamic and creative. You know.
Looks like we're in for a treat then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just saw Chen Shi play Santiago Monte Solarte of Texas Wesleyan in the previous round, and it was amazing to watch, so it should be great. And Nikhil, well, it goes with that saying.
How long was Nikhil doing a match, or has he been on the bench waiting? And there's a chance that Chen Shui is warm while Nikhil came out cold.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that might be the case because the match was only like half an hour ago or so, or an hour ago.
Ooh. Wow. Wonderful inside out down the line.
Yeah, Chen Shi is taking it to Nikhil right now. But again, this is the first game, feeling each other out. Looked like Nikhil was going for a nice tight, short serve. It clipped the net a little, so lead serve.
Just a wonderful touch, great short push, but playing that angle again, forcing Nikhil to.
Yeah, that was the wide forehand, and that's sometimes the weakness for a lefty.
And just in the, like that touch on that push right there, a lot of the time your coaches will say, hey, don't push long, you don't want to deal with their loop. But if you have a good quality to rev that ball up and add a ton of underspin on it, there is some safety in that. But it takes a great touch. Oh, wonderful blocks.
Wow.
You know, playing the angles, moving him around, and then that athleticism.
And I love
from
that.
Chen Shui.
Yeah, that side swipe block. It reminded me of a Japanese player a long time ago.
So Chen Shui with that inside out forehand to Nikhil's forehand, and Nikhil is ready for it. You saw it coming this time. So dynamic. That was just wonderful play.
We're going to have a lot of highlights on this match.
Yes, and he's so fast. He got into position on every one of those balls. Executed, clean strokes.
Backhand serve by Chen Shi.
Oh, wow. That was not expected, but he almost got there.
Yeah.
That's the scary part.
Yeah.
Now, even though it feels like Chen Shui's been in control or he's been winning maybe the more aggressive points, we're at 9-8.
9-8, so it's very close.
And Nikhil opting for a chop. I'm not quite sure. Maybe he was caught off guard or if there was a tactic trying to throw him off. Wonderful service return, but Nikhil equally wonderful to play that wide to his backhand, knowing he's trying to step around.
Nikhil to serve, 9-10.
And the aggressive play pays off. Chen Shui takes game one. Man, if he's going to have to play like that, though, to win by 2 points, this is going to be tough.
Yeah. Let's see if it goes the full distance, though. That would be great to see a 5-game. We're only at game 2 now. So what do you think Nikhil's coach is telling him?
I think Nikhil's coach is probably pointing out things that he may have seen on the table already. Hey, here's the tactics where he's going for that inside-out forehand to your forehand. You know, whenever Nikhil's stepping around the backhand, he leaves a little bit of the table open, and Chen Shui's like noticing it or recognizing it. But also he's playing with aggression, and there could very well be a thing where it's like, look, he's taking the bigger strokes. He's got the longer swings. Nikhil has such great touch.
Right.
He's like, look, you can just keep the ball in play. This eventually is going to run its course. He's going to start missing, and when he does, you can now start laying on the offense. So that's the one thing about dynamic players that are super athletic and I'll say flashy, but I mean it in a very positive light. If your timing is on, you look like unstoppable.
Right.
But sometimes we'll notice that because of how dynamic and fast they're playing, if their timing goes off even a little bit, they start to struggle.
Right.
And this game right now with the #1 seed versus the #6 seed, you know, Nikhil being the favorite to win the whole thing based on rating. We're actually seeing some, you know, real highly contested points and matches here from Chen Shui, so it's great to watch, great to see.
Lucky clip of the net for Nikhil.
But if you noticed how tricky he goes, he steps around and feigns a flip and last minute short pushes.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's a game that only these guys can play. Like,
Yeah.
Us mere mortals can't figure that out.
Chen Shi held the paddle up like vertical to the ceiling and just smashed it that way.
Yeah, make sure that this one's not having any chance of being returned. Get the most leverage you can off a compact stroke.
Right.
Oh, but this is the table tennis karma, right?
Yeah.
Nikhil just got one a second ago.
Exactly, and now Chen Shi returns
Sometimes
the favor, the net favor.
Sometimes these things do balance themselves out.
Nice touch game. And Chen Shi goes for that forehand flip opener and wins that point. Up 4-3 with the serve as well.
We've got a lot of PhD students, and maybe one of them will figure out how this karma thing works with the edges and nets, and it'll be named after them, you know.
Yeah. I think that was an edge ball as well with the serve. I've seen a lot of these side swipe pushes. They're really cool, but I'm sure it takes a lot of practice to develop that. Just amazing touch. So now it's 4-5 Nikhil to serve. Playing the angles there.
Interesting turn of events on table 1 if you guys aren't paying attention. It appeared as though Kai Zhang was down by, I think, 2-8 at one point. It looked like a fairly large amount. Oh, what great touch there by Nikhil. But he came back to win the first game, so Kai Zhang is up 1. All right, and I like the line of play that Chen Shi is playing, like the tactics that he's using. It looks like he's keeping Nikhil on his toes.
Wow. Great rally here.
So athletic, so powerful. Like, we are really getting into the cream of the crop here. This is not your average table tennis match. These are some of the best players in the whole United States that we have the fortune of watching at these championships.
Yeah. Chen Shi to serve 8-7. Wow, backhand opener for the third ball attack. And Chen Shi gets a 2-point lead here. Nikhil down 7-9 with the serve. Chen Shi swung for broke, but yeah.
that one may be a calculated risk.
Yeah, just to try to
go for
increase
it.
the lead.
Yeah, and if it happens to hit.
Yeah.
An interesting thing that I never thought about in table tennis, and I was going through Larry Hodge's, you know, Table Tennis for Tactical Thinkers, and he was saying you take a rip like something like that, right? You want to discourage your opponent, so maybe you rip the balls that you don't like to serve. Because if they haven't seen you play before and it happens to land, they have to second guess whether you actually like that or not.
Exactly. So it's like asserting your dominance in a way, and like feigning
or at least,
feigning
faking,
the like
faking
lack
them
of
out like, oh yeah, serve that again. I like
Yeah.
it. You got lucky, right?
Right,
That
right.
If I missed.
Right. That's
But
cool.
we have some very intelligent players here. They know all the tricks. They use them themselves. Ooh. And McKill misses a short push. He was trying to drop it really short over the net.
Yeah.
The net takes an incredible amount of touch and timing. But McKill is taking the lead in deuce.
10-11, Chen-Shi to serve. What serve is he going to do? Let's see.
It's a tricky one, Mike.
Well, he goes for a third ball backhand opener, but it does not connect, and Nikhil gets that second game, and now they're tied at 1-1 in games as we go into the third game.
So you have to wonder, I mean, he might be feeling good right now, and that's why he's taking such big swings at it.
Right.
And if his timing feels like it's on.
Right.
But did he see a ball that was the put away and missed, or did he try and force the shot?
Right.
Hoping that if it lands, maybe he feels confident 70-30 that it's going to land.
Right.
But it just didn't go his way. But pressure and power like that is, you know, if you're playing the #1 seed, like you really have to bring it to them.
Right.
You can't kind of dance around and play purely strategic,
Right.
because he's going to solve any riddle that you throw his way. But if you can find a way to make him uncomfortable or make him second guess or make him feel like, oh, I didn't realize he had so much spin, or I didn't realize. So you're kind of amping up the spin, amping up the speed in the hopes that you just shake their confidence a little bit to even the playing field.
So it's like a calculated risk. Yeah.
But either way, first 2 games, as close as they get.
Right, exactly.
The good news is, at this point in time, it looks like it's anybody's match.
Yeah, so it's going to be exciting. Third game.
And the backhand rip pays off this time.
Yeah. Nikhil capitalizes on a popped-up push from Chen-Shi and puts it away.
And if you notice, though, he put it away with, like, precise placement.
Right.
He didn't take a big
Yeah.
rip at it.
Right.
So when you think about it, like, Nikhil's approach he's playing the odds, right? He can rip that ball.
Exactly.
But the harder he swings, the lower the percentage of
chance,
it
yeah.
landing goes.
Exactly.
Throwing off the pace and then trying to throw that side spin in there, that would have been amazing if it came over the net.
Landed, yeah.
Ooh, the sway. I don't know if he's trying to get into his own rhythm. You know, if he's getting into the flow state, right? He's starting to feel it, feel its technique, feeling comfortable.
It could be.
I mean, that might be a bad sign for Chen-Shi.
Yeah.
If that is an indication that he's comfortable, he's like, oh, I've got this figured out. And Chen-Shi says you haven't figured anything out yet. Not yet,
They're
sir.
tied across the board, 1-1 in games and 3-3 in points in this game, this third game.
Ooh. Chen-Shi on his back foot there. Nikhil had the initiative, but Joss misses a little wide. Great opening from Chen-Shi, but Nikhil very smartly plays it down the line to his backhand. Oh, that was wonderful. He actually hit Nikhil's middle, but he switched so fast back to that forehand and actually played a safe quality shot. Nikhil showing the level of his touch, but Chen Shi finds a ball that he can attack with some good aggression.
Tied at 5-5, Nikhil to serve.
The inside out just was not to be. And now Chen Shi with the lead, 6-5. Nikhil to serve.
Beautiful loop down the line, forehand loop down the line from Nikhil to Chen Shi's forehand to secure that point and level it at 6-6.
It's funny, normally when you're talking about forehand loops down the line, you're expecting it to be attacking the backhand, but these are forehand loops down the line, forehand to forehand.
He's a lefty, yeah. Yeah.
That
awesome backhand
opener,
yeah. Chen Shi just has an amazing backhand.
Pure.
That's his
And that's the thing, when the timing's on, man, it is so good.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
an amazing point there.
Great touch. Good in and out footwork from Chen Shi. Good patience, right? Didn't overplay, got into position, committed to his stroke.
Little net luck from Chen Shi. We'll see if karma helps Nikhil.
I wonder if now the volume of the karma, table tennis karma, has moved into Chen Shi's favor. If the scales are weighted a little heavier in that direction. Because I think last game he got 2 toward the end of the game, and then just now the third one.
Yeah.
Nothing for Nikhil and a few points. And it's a shame too, there's nothing you can do about it when the matches are this close. A net and an edge, you win by 2 points. Ooh, backhand holding and changing this direction. He waited and waited and waited, and then at the last second just switched the direction it appeared as he was going.
Right. Great point. Nikhil saved 1 game point there, 9-10.
See, and that makes a bit of sense why, I mean, Chen Shi, I'm up right 10-8. The very next wall, I'm gonna rip it no matter what. Because if it lands and I win that point, game's over. And then opting for a more traditional or same strategy, and Nikhil ends up on the winning side, and now we're at deuce.
Oh.
And this is how it happens, folks. The table tennis karma has now
At least
tried
it's been
to
an equal exchange of
rebalance those scales there.
Nikhil claims that third game, and he's up 2-1. And the past 2 games have been 12-10, 12-10 in his favor.
action at the start of game 4 is indicating that we are in for some more aggressive, explosive play. And that net is trying to be the star of the show this match. We have joining us for this 4th game in the men's quarterfinals, Joseph Wells. Welcome to the booth.
Thanks for having me, Logan. And always excited to be able to get in here and talk a little table tennis, see some exciting matches. Nikhil Kumar, Chin-Chi Sui of University of Chicago. I was talking with some people earlier, and Chin-Chi's actually been in the States for quite a few years. And he's electing for the first time to compete in college this year as a doctoral student at the University of Chicago. So he won't be with us very long, but we're excited to have him here.
He's playing quite well and making this a really competitive matchup. It's nice to see. I think we're all fans of great table tennis here.
Well, he definitely, had some great matches. The one thing I'll notice is that a lot of times Nikhil's creativity, the variation of a lot of the shots that he has, can affect people. But Chin-Chi, I'm imagining, is doing pretty well. The one thing, obviously, is experience. He has good touch, but he also is really fast. And
He is incredibly fast.
Closes in on the table quickly. So that definitely helps when you're talking about playing someone as controlled as Nikhil is. A lot of times Nikhil can put people on a rope. He moves them in and out really well, side to side. He pretty much is a maestro with the ball. But Chin-Chi Sui has been doing a really good job so far, despite trailing in this match.
Well, it looked like he had an erroneous backhand there with that cute touch, trying to do that inside out and redirect that ball. And as we've seen in the previous games, that net is really trying to stay involved.
Well, and they're also playing it so tight to the top of the net that it's really hard to just get away from it. Because both players are just dropping really short. Chin-Chi has shown that even if you leave it short, he just explodes over the table so well that even a short ball that's meant to be pushed, he can flip very well, very fast.
All right, Nikhil to serve, down 2 points. Just wonderful combination, and we hear a little bit of chatter over there. See, saying to his bench, maybe he was saying, hey, if I do this, it'll work, and he just proved it. Wonderful exchange there, some fast hands from Chen Shui. He is at least really making Nikhil work for this one. One might say that his tactics are bamboozling Nikhil Kumar.
Yeah, Chin-Chi had only one loss in the regular season, and that was to Sharon Al-Getty in the regionals, Al-Getty from Indiana. Other than that, he was undefeated this season. Really took his region by storm, and is having a very good championship run so far.
All right, so Chen Shui taking a timeout. Nikhil has found his way to make it all square. Chen Shui blowing his lead here. So getting some advice from his trusted teammate. Let's see it right on the scoreboard. Is Nikhil to serve. 8-8 Nikhil to serve.
Serve is on Nikhil's racket. I'm really curious as to what can be said coming out of this timeout. Nikhil has not changed up too much of his game plan, where he comes into game, first thing he wants to do is start controlling the point, redirecting. Then he'll, some people would say, gets cute, throws in some chop blocks, but again, that's him throwing the rhythm and timing off from his opponent, who would be very comfortable in a very quick exchange, especially off the bounce.
Well, and this is a hard one. You know, in this situation, he's sitting here trying to figure out, it's 8-8. He really needs to come up with some good serve receives. You know, maybe he can think about something that's going on and throw a tactic back at Nikhil. All right, so he gets a nice little flip there to get the rally started off. And if he can pull this off 2 more times, we're in for some more table tennis. But Nikhil obviously has a vested interest in that not happening. And it might come down, wait for it, okay. So now we're at 9-9. I think the thing that he has to be careful of is, you know, you don't want to necessarily start playing just like your opponent, maybe plagiarizing their style. Sometimes throwing it back at them can help, but you don't necessarily want to get cute because they're getting cute, especially with this on the line. You know, if you can learn how to take a more planar shot that's level with the table and hit that thing so it doesn't bounce quite as high, then he's hitting the ball up and you get more advantage to smashing or attacking with, you know, shots that are harder for him to defend.
It goes with a lot of things where we've seen, obviously, some players overhit, some players try to do too much with the ball, and you can just easily say less is more. Like sometimes just a less powerful, maybe even less spinny shot, as long as it's in the right place, can make all the difference when you're talking about playing. So you're right. You don't want to try to go tit for tat with somebody who's going to play, you know, some very creative touch shots. You don't want to be able to get caught into a trap of that.
Well, the good news for Chen Shui, he has 1 more serve. And he was able to capitalize. I mean, when you're down and the game's on the line, it is a lot more, like, I don't want to say relaxing, but you have a little more confidence when you at least get to start off and dictate how it goes. See, because something like that on a serve receive, like, they're trying to throw something tricky at you. You have to read it just right, and that's a little harder than you starting off with that initiative.
And there you have it. Nikhil Kumar takes this men's quarterfinal 3-1.
But I mean, look at that scoreboard. This was as close as it gets. Like, even though it didn't go to game 5, so maybe game 5, only every game won by 2 would have been closer. But I mean, this could have gone either way. And go ahead, Joe.
Some of those, it really feels like Chen Shi let Kumar off the hook. At any moment in either 2 through 4, he had just some errant shots towards the end of things.
Yeah.
And Nikhil was just steady.
And what Mike and I were trying to figure out was, is that strategy some of what even kept him in, right? Being that aggressive and then landing kept him playing on par with Nikhil. And so you're going to miss a few, and just being okay with it and not letting it really bother you mentally, keeping your confidence up, and just knowing that every once in a while the timing's not going to be perfect. But he really took his shots, and there were a few that, from maybe the less educated opinion from where I'm sitting, look like mistakes. But at the same time. I mean, he executed so well that really could have gone his way with just the nets and the edges that we were seeing. They can dictate when it's this close which direction the match falls. So it's kind of hard. We can't have favorites. Nikhil moving on is wonderful. So we're going to congratulate Nikhil for making it into the semifinals. And we want to say, you know, thank you to Chen-Shi for putting on such a wonderful performance and, you know, putting on some really good table tennis for us to capture here and for the viewers at home to see.
Yeah, and for the University of Chicago, they have a surprisingly, as good as they are at the 1 and 2 spot, there's a lot for them to build on. I want to say they have obviously the 2,600 rated player in the number 1 slot, but I want to believe the number 2 player is somewhere in the high 24, low 2,500 range. So easily, if they could somehow recruit or find in that Midwestern or Chicago area where there's a ton of talented players, maybe if there's some juniors that they could kind of get in. University of Chicago is one player away from being a factor and a really big factor in the co-ed side of things, as they've already shown in the individual and doubles and singles that they can go far. But if they can get one more player somewhere around 23, maybe 24.
They could be contenders.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They could take the approach that some of the other universities have taken, where they have 2 solid players, maybe a third. They'll win 2 singles and always, from a co-ed perspective, always have to get the doubles. And even when they get the doubles, they're favored. So let's hope, you know, bright future ahead for the University of Chicago. But again, congratulations to Nikhil Kumar of UC Berkeley as he moves on to the men's semifinals. This is day number 3 of the 2024 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman. We'll be back with you shortly with women's semifinal action. Jin Ding of Texas Wesleyan, the number 1 seed, versus the number 3 seed Crystal Wong of Emory.